My mistake. My mistake. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, I had it on mute. And my mic is obviously on, but I had to toggle through the mute. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. So welcome. Now you have audio. Now you have audio. Sorry about that in YouTube. Levi, guys. Levi Strauss. Earnings play. Levi is an earnings play, and big gap up. Big gap up. Released earnings after hours, and you can see my 15-minute chart. You see the reaction, and now it is maintained. Not only has it maintained, but it's just running right now. Yeah, no, I made a mistake in YouTube. I had there's a sound icon, and I didn't realize there was a slash through it. It was from yesterday. Palantir, you guys were talking about Palantir, some kind of a deal with Oracle. Yeah, so this has put a real shot into this one. Next high looking left. It's getting close, 24.27 or so. So shares are trading higher after the company and Oracle announced a partnership for secure cloud and AI solutions. So there is Palantir, PLTR. Conagra, guys, CAG. Just going over some of the more known earnings plays also. Conagra, CAG is an earnings play. So far, good reaction to it. LW, though, look at LW. LW got hammered down on earnings. LW down 10% so far. And now it had a nice big rebound, actually, 84 to 90. Just to be, you got to watch this one. Right at the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 101.27. I'm sorry. So it is well below. Excuse me. I thought that was today's candle. So it's well below the 200-day moving average for LW. HWH. HWH. Take a look at this one. So reticent about showing it because look what happened. I mean, it got up to 526 or so, and it has pulled all the way back down. I mean, it's still up 57%. Where are they out of? It looks like the States, but let me. Lifestyle business through a membership model, etc. Okay. Very low float, 2 million in the float. But that is I mean, I don't know if there's any news on this one. I can't see any specific news for this one, HWH. Here's a cannabis play that did a financing, and they're getting hammered down on that financing news. FLGC, hammered down on the financing news, down 17%. So let's take a look at the leader here, TVGN. I can't remember if I saw any news on this one, TVGN. Um, I didn't see any. I'm just scouring my headlines. I don't see any specific news for TVGN. I mean, they had some news yesterday. Is somebody being appointed as the head of investor relations? Well, maybe he's doing a good job today. But seriously, I don't see any. I don't see any specific news for it. How many are in the float? Low float, 13.9 million in the float. This has to be watched. DXYZ, guys. I mean, I sort of discounted this one as being nothing but a bunch of fluff, but look at this one. I mean, this has had just a tremendous run. Started trading as DXYZ last week. And I think he posted some information that they have It's more like an investment company, and they've invested in OpenAI and a few other name type of sectors. So I don't know. I mean, this the DXYZ, I mean, it's just been on an absolute tear. Excuse me, pre-market, it got up to 30, almost 33. Now, this AXTI, I'm not familiar with this group. This is another stock that got hit by a short selling group. I'm not familiar with these guys. J Capital, J Capital. There's so many of them now. So that they got, it's obviously J Capital came out with some kind of a scathing report on AXTI. And that caused that initial all the way down to 360. It's up 40 cents. Yeah, I think you posted something to do with OpenAI. Probably could look that up myself, but something to do with so DXYZ has investments in OpenAI. I think you're right. I think SpaceX and some other things that people know. Okay, so consequently, I mean, they're it's an amazing run though. Discord, that's right. They also have a stake in Discord. All right, guys. I think this one is under a dollar. That's why I'm not talking about it right now. But anyway, for those of you who don't mind playing stocks under a dollar, here is RELI. Rely. That's some news. It's actually an earnings play for them. So this is an earnings play for Rely. Low float, of course, 4 million in the float. Oh, this one is showing up here. EFTR. EFTR. Just, whoa, what happened here? Ah, boy. Therapeutics and the development of lung cancer treatment, their drug. So that's probably all they do. And I think this was halted. Excuse me. I don't have my halts resumes. So this is obviously bad news for this company. Look at this. Wow. I hope nobody was in this one. EFTR. I remember this one. I mean, I remember when this was, doing a crazy thing, getting up to 36. But even last or a couple of weeks ago, up to 18. Boy, allergies guys are just the voice is a little bit ragged. CADL, guys, CADL. Yeah, you just mentioned this one, CADL. Another one that popped up in the pre-market up to 273 is pulled all the way back down to two. I'm not seeing too many that are maintaining these gaps in the pre-market. Of these, the only one that I can see actually is TVGN. TVGN is holding the gap so far. I just can't find any news on it. Lot of economic action today, guys. If you looked at the economic calendar, so of course we have the jobless reports, jobless claims anyway at 8:30. We've got one of the Fed presidents, Harker, speaking at 10 o'clock. Then at 12:15, we've got another one, Barkin at 12:15. At 12:45, we've got Goolsby. 2 o'clock, we've got Mester and Kashkari. They're all getting into the action today, guys. And after hours, we've got some guys talking. Okay, thank you, William, because that almost looked like they've got nothing else. I mean, that is I just can't imagine having this stock. And then, of course, it got halted in the pre-market. I don't know what, and it just opened now. Going down from 16 down to 375. Yikes. I mean, any stock is, I mean, any type of a swing trade is can be risky, of course, but probably nothing more risky than the bio. Excuse me, than the bios. Paramount guys, Paramount getting kind of kicked here. So this happened yesterday. Okay, we saw that news yesterday regarding reported talks of the Skydance merger. We did see this stock yesterday. Darren, are you talking about halts? Yeah, so you can get a news halt in the pre-market. Darren in our YouTube room said I didn't think halts happen in the pre-market. You can get a news halt in the pre-market, okay? You won't get the volatility halts in the pre-market though, for some reason, for some Indian reason. Anyway, so this EFTR, once we get William telling us that they do have other things maybe in their pipeline, I mean, this could be a bit of a bounce play if we can find a level down here. So, and let's see if it's even if we have it here. Yeah, so you can see here, even in our news, when I say even, I mean I use interactive. So Ann in our YouTube room was asking me where do I see news. I for the pre-market, I definitely use Interactive Brokers, okay, in their news source. So that's where I saw this, okay. So if you've got Interactive Brokers, I mean they've got a great, I think anyway, they've got a great news feed. And I don't know now, probably it might have even been here in our news, but typically I use Interactive Brokers. But let's see if that happened in our news also. Yeah, so I mean it was you can click on our news also. It's right there. Okay. Well, Interactive Brokers is my broker. So like, yeah, I'm always connected to Interactive Brokers. Okay. So that I mean that's my broker. So that's why I'm always connected to Interactive Brokers. And then I'm connected to their news. Okay. I can't speak to that. I cannot speak to that, Ann. I mean, I'm just showing you what my news feed looks like in Interactive Brokers. If you're talking about this is our news feed, okay, internal, but this is the Interactive Brokers news feed, no ads. So I'm not sure what you're exactly what you mean. Yeah, just go to your news feed. All right, guys, let's take a look at now. We're in for a nice big positive open so far. Yes, market is holding the gap so far. So let's take a look at the major sectors. So I did this yesterday. It's a different way of looking at it. This is in heat map form, okay? Well, excuse me, tree map form. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Where's energy? So these are the major sectors. So there's XLE. Okay. Now you can go to the dock channel bar and click on the sector status, and you'll get something like this. It won't be in heat map in tree map form, but I decided I wanted to display it like this for a while. So there's energy, okay? XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you see, usually it's all or nothing, but right now it's about 50-50, all or nothing, meaning usually they're all 100% up or 100% down or very close to it. So it's about 50-50. So that number 55% in red, that means that 55% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So what was interesting yesterday when we looked at consumer staples as an example, consumer staples, virtually everything was down except we saw one, and it was not SIGA. What was the SIG? SIG. SIG was just sort of a complete, almost a complete anomaly. So this is kind of what I mean. I mean, 66% of the communication stocks, XLC, are above yesterday's close, but Google's weak, a little bit weak. But when we looked at consumer state, look at Conagra here, guys. So Conagra, it is an earnings play. So all the sectors are up, not all energy, except for energy. Energy. So as we speak, energy is the weak sector. Okay, energy is the weak sector. Every other sector is at least 50%. And here are some of the. Remember yesterday when we were looking at this, the ETF watch was all about gold and silver, all about gold and silver. So today you can see URA, that is the uranium ETF. So if you're into uranium plays, uranium is pretty strong today. I don't know what COPX is. Copper. Okay, that makes sense. Copper is strong. Guys, I have CZOO on a so keep an eye on CZOO today. Look at that 15-minute chart. Look at all the action. This is back on the 2nd of April. All the action right there. So it might try to take that out. Anyway, that is just a different way of presenting the sector status, okay? As opposed to looking at it like this. I click on new, and then doc channel bar, and then I click on go down to the show more, and then find the sector status down here. So again, this is the typical kind of top list way of showing things, okay? But it just doesn't pop out at you the way the heat map, the tree map does. So again, if you want to have the tree map, all the tree map is just taking a top list. So you take a top list window, right click on it, and show tree map. If you do not have that option, when you right click on a top list window that says show tree map, you must have our latest data. The minute I do that, this is how it transforms. I love that presentation way better than the good format. Okay, guys, I'm seeing a little bit of a pop in Bitcoin. Okay, a little bit of a pop in Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still under 70,000, 67,000 plus right now. And the reason I know Bitcoin popped a little bit now, this big date is coming up. The halving event, okay, the halving event on the 16th or the 17th. I'm not sure. I wonder if I put IBIT in here and see if it actually will tell me. Okay, guys. So yeah, with Bitcoin running a little bit here, you're getting some of the Bitcoin. Well, look at IBIT now. You've got Hut running a bit, Riot, probably Mara. So with Bitcoin running a bit now, Zeta is the trade of the week. Now, if it triggered today, it doesn't count. I mean, doesn't mean you can't trade it, of course, but it doesn't count. What was the trigger? What was the suggested entry for Zeta, ZETA? Because if it happens on Thursday, it doesn't mean, of course, you can trade it, but it's not counted in the statistics. 11:11, yeah. So, well, okay, and in theory, yes, it's triggered, but they don't usually count the pre-market. Though obviously, it looks like it'll trigger. It's probably a non-event then, because I mean, because when they're talking about triggering, they're usually not talking about triggering in the pre-market. So if it opens at 11.72, obviously that would be way above the trigger price. So yeah, you can see that it did not trigger, okay, because it was Thursday. So there's Monday right there, and it did not get to 11.11. No, again, doesn't mean you can't trade it, of course. All right, guys, I want to get my layout that I'm going to be using for the once the market opens. All right, we are now set. At least I'm set now for this market to open. All right, so Levi is still strong, guys. This is an earnings play. It was kind of running ahead of earnings. LEVI. What they said is that they did a lot more sales through their own stores as opposed to going through the Macy's of the world, Target, etc. Look at LW, guys. I mean, LW just getting thumped here. This is an earnings play. It did have a little pop up, but it looks like it's trying to move down again. The low was around 84.27 in the pre-market, and this is an earnings play. Lamb Weston. What is the upper left window? You mean this halt resumes? And this halt resumes, which is not nothing happening in it yet. So just so you know, I'll put this quickly in. Well, first of all, I want to do a couple of things before the market opens. So if you have our premium service, okay, if you have our premium service, this is all I would do regarding the AI. If you click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then the center one, premium, please listen carefully. The center one, premium AI strategy trades window. I call it the center one because there are three that start off with premium AI. So the center one, premium AI strategy trades window. This is the window, and you will not get an alert until at least 9:40. Okay, nothing happens in the pre-market, and nothing happens in the first 10 minutes once the market's open. Doesn't mean you will get an alert at 9:40, but that's the earliest you'll get an alert. Okay, and that's all I would do. If you have our premium service, just follow this window all day long. Okay, and then you can of course incorporate this window as part of your layout. So when you load trade ideas tomorrow, the same thing will happen. It'll be blank and just wait for the alerts to happen, okay? And what I'll do now is Again, anybody who's looking for some of my scans, I'll just quickly put my homepage link in. One moment. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, and if you're looking for some of my scans, you can get set for the market to open. You can click here. So scroll down, click on my homepage link, scroll down, center section are my scans. Okay. Somebody asked about the what this window is, the halt resumes. There it is right there. But I love the combo scan, bottom right. Okay, the combo scan. And nothing will happen in these windows until the market opens. Oh, well, okay, less than a minute. Thank you, William. All right, everybody. So the market's opening in less than a minute. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Yesterday, though, I did take a couple of trades in the first 15 minutes. I rarely do that, but one was, almost right at the 9:45 mark. SPY is just having a big lift, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Job numbers came out at 8:30 Eastern time, and ever since then, I think we're almost at an all-time high now. I think 524 something is an all-time high. And we are now open. I didn't mention this one, the MGNX. I did see it in the pre-market. It had some news, I think. Days after mid-stage data. Wow. So Levi, again, it's a little early to me for me, unfortunately. But Levi, I mean, it may just keep running. But Levi's showing up in my 10-day on the combo scan or in the combo scan right there, the one I just mentioned. Bottom right hand. So I've got two lists of scans. Right at the very bottom of the right hand column is the combo scan. But it's too early for me to take something like that. Meanwhile, no, so Para on the way down. Para really, wow. I mean, that had a big run on that Skydance news, but it's really selling off now. So that is probably the reason, the threat of having to raise money, okay, issuing shares probably, and that is the reason probably for the para decrease right here. TCBP guys, TCBP, which I could not. Okay, now I see some news. Signing of non-binding letter of intent for two allogenic. Generic. Okay, so that is so the next high looking left is 317 or so. Again, it's way too early. Look at Magnogenics. Wow, Macrogenics. That just absolutely ripped on that news. I have it on my list. I just didn't talk about it. Yeah, I have it on the list. All right, so it looks like the precious metals, don't silver and gold may be taking a breather today. The MAG. Look at SLV. Yeah, so still, I mean, had a nice run after hours even. So taking a bit of a breather today. I mean, look after the massive run. Guys, LW making another market low, market hour low. Okay, the low in the pre-market was 84.31 or so. That is for LW, and this is an earnings play. All right, Holo doing his thing, HOLO doing his thing. Doing its thing because if you were around, well, what day was this? This was quite 2 months ago, but February 16th when it got up to almost $100, and for no reason. Okay, SQ guys, wow! I mean, look at this action on SQ. So we had a big spike up to 80.57, and then a $10 drop. I'm sorry, not a $10 drop. Sorry, not a $10 drop from 80.57 down to 77.50. Big level, I think, for to try to hold because if it can take out the level it's at, the next underneath is around 75, 76. But again, it is early. Okay, look at the SPY. SPY continues. Okay, SPY continues. So far, has not given up that 1 hour straight up. Okay, now this is the one that drove me crazy yesterday. Oust, OUST, drove me crazy yesterday. Trying to figure out a way to trade it. It was chopping. Look. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart of it yesterday. Look how many ups and downs, topping tails, bottoming tails. On a very, very difficult. So I don't trust it. It's that simple. I just don't trust it right now. Origin of the coffee. Boy, SQ guys, SQ. Wow, look at this now. Took out the pre-market low. So from yesterday, VNDA. Let's take a look at it. See if it. So I mean, this had a big pop up to $6. Closed down here at 5, and so it's over 5 right now. Had some news yesterday, I believe. VNDA. Okay, there's a cannabis play. Now, the cannabis plays are looking a little weaker today, but this is a cannabis play out of Israel, IMCC, IMCC out of Israel. And man, I mean, this was what, 50 cents start of the week. Is that the reason, Mark? Okay, thank you. That SQ, well, one of the reasons anyway, Morgan Stanley downgraded SQ. All right, I'm going to use the browser interface for maybe the first 45 minutes here. See, I want to see how it impacts my computer, okay? Give me a moment as I try to load the picture in picture. Hmm. Look at ACB. I mean, ACB is really giving it up. Run. LW guys. No, it's LW. So there's the pre-market low for LW around 84.43. So still has a ways to go, a little ways to go there. Look at ACB. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let me get this to a daily chart. Hmm, interesting. Now I'm in a new build. I don't know exactly what they're doing, what they've done here. It looks like they've changed the time frames that you can select. Well, I'm gonna not sure what's going on. I'm on a new build, okay? Development build. All right, guys. I forgot to mention CADL. CADL. I know it's on my list. It's on the list. CADL. And I'm sorry, that still is on the IMCC. CADL hit a high in the pre-market of 273. All right, so there's the EFTR, guys. Now it showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown, and continuing to slide down. Not V. No TV. NOTV, guys. NOTV was sorry, it resumed. So it's halted on the way down, I guess. Wow, TCBP, guys. TCBP. They kept moving from the get go. TCBP. I don't think it had very. I don't think it had a big any sort of a pullback. Yeah, TCBP. So the high looking left, it got up to that 318 right there. You can see on that daily chart. That is at 317. It got up to 327, a little pop above it. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, I figure out what's going on here. Wow. It was bad of me not to mention the MGNX, guys. If you notice, it was on my list of things to talk about, but look at this move for MGNX. It was on my list, but the list was pretty big, and I got sidetracked because look at the MGNX, and it's straight up. It had some news. I don't know what's going on here. They seem to change it to a daily chart on the picture in picture. Now again, I'm on a development build, okay, so that's why this is probably messing up a bit here. Look at this MGNX. Now this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 3.75 million shares available. Not that I want to short it necessarily, but the next, I mean, goodness, the next high is 2150. 2150 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. I mean, right now 1813, but it got above that, I think. Yeah, I got up to 1822, so it was one big wow. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to drop this. It's not giving me the well, what I consider the correct PIP. I don't know how to activate it. TCBP, guys, TCBP still alive here. The next high, I mean, if it can, it's above that high right there, 317, or it's at that high on that day. You can see it got up to it. If it can break through that in any huge way, 336, and if it can get through that, 416. I'm not saying it's getting to these levels, of course. And it's probably, yeah, low float, 3 million in the float. Well, I like to wait at least 15 minutes, but it doesn't mean I'm going to take a trade in 15 minutes. I always like to let things settle down in the first 15, and I run the risk of something moving immediately on me and continuing to run. But all right, guys. So if you have the AI, you see that we have a couple of alerts, three alerts. So there's the Anjo. So why wouldn't I take it? Look at the 200-day moving average right there. Would you take it? You would have to crack through that 200-day moving average. If it can do that, then there is some room. SPY is still strong, guys. A little bit of a red bar here, but still pretty strong. So you guys have been talking about this Hubs. Hubs is a little expensive. HubSpot, wow. So talking about something to do with Google, Google buying Hubs. Is there a report? When I say report, it's not necessarily a done deal, of course. All right, let's take a look at Levi now. Is it still moving higher or is it, yeah, it is still moving higher a little bit anyway. Now, you look at that red line, that is the next high on the daily chart. Let's see it on the daily chart. I'd have to zoom out, but that red line represents the next high, which is around 2275 for Levi. Well, EJH guys. So let's take a look left and where it could go before it hits any resistance. So I think 258 on a weekly chart. Well, guys, LW is now getting closer and closer to the pre-market low. What if that will hold at 84.31? So it's a little less than a dollar away from the pre-market low. ALUR, I didn't see. I saw that one briefly in the pre-market. ALUR. Uh, well, if it can take out three, the next highs are around 326 or so. All right, yeah. So Zeta was the trade of the week, but it did not really trigger. Well, 1111 was a trigger, okay, but I think it has to trigger on by Wednesday for it to be. I mean, of course, you can take the trade, and we're not saying you can't take the trade, but in Zeta, Morgan Stanley upgrades the stock. Let's see if there's an actual from 12 to 17, guys. So there is a nice upgrade for Zeta ZETA. All right, guys, I'm actually watching LW now as a potential short. Okay, there's the pre-market low. What would happen if it took that out? There may not be enough room. It's showing up on the combo scan or in the combo scan. That's why I'm seeing it now as a potential short. Okay, SPWH is an earnings play. Now, if you took this, I mean, I'm talking about it now. This is from the AI. To me, there looks like a lot of resistance not that far away. Okay, not that far away. So just be aware of that if you took it. Yeah, CADL, CADL, CADL. I'm just this just popped up on the scanner, so it did hit 272 in the pre-market. It's probably a low float, pretty low float. 21 million in the float, 21 million in the float for CADL. Okay, let's see the MGNX. MGNX looks like it's probably stalled. MGNX. What a great short that would have been, guys. I mean, I wasn't watching it. I know I had shorts available, 3.7 million interactive brokers. Underneath 17 now, 1694, 1706 bid ask. Let's see if this holds. Where's the VWAP? The VWAP is at 1682. So You can see what it did. It got right into that VWAP area for MGNX. So maybe that will hold it and maybe it will resume. Obviously the high of the day to get through, but I mean, it's got a lot of room looking left on the daily chart. So SPWH, guys, is coming right into what I consider anyway, fair amount of resistance. An EFTR just opened. I actually tried to short this one and I couldn't get the fill. I tried to short this one. I could not get the fill. We had an alert from the 10-day daily breakdown at 319. I tried to get it around that area and would have been okay. Got down to 272, but I could not get a fill. Lots of shares available, but that uptick rule down 81%. Hmm. Okay, big recovery now for ACB. Keep an eye on ACB. Big recovery now. Wiping out that red bar. Actually, probably just gone positive now, ACB. So I think some of the cannabis plays were, I don't know, just profit taking or it actually got up to 758 this morning and then it got all the way back down to 644 or so. Okay, guys, MGNX, MGNX. Looks like that VWAP is holding it. MGNX. Well, moment of truth right now for SPWH. Okay. I mean, right in this area here, to me anyway, it looks like there's a lot of congestion on that daily chart, but it's had a great move from the AI alert at 347. See, OUSD it's doing its thing again, guys. Big topping tail, big drop, another topping tail, big drop, not a big drop, but a drop. Just for me anyway, very difficult intraday trader. Oh, keep an eye on Play, guys. Play was an earnings play yesterday, and the low of yesterday was around 66. Had a nice reaction to earnings yesterday, but sort of giving it up a bit. Now the SPY, take a look at the SPY after that 1 hour straight up. That's the opening SPY candle, 9:30. So now another one forming, which is red. So we're starting to, a little bit of weakness in the market. Reacts, REAX, REAX on the move. Okay, guys, interested in this DAY. DAY, is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. DAY showing up on the scanner, the combo scanner. All right, holding under 62. Now let's take a look. Is this an all-time low? No, it's not an all-time low. I can't see where the next low is on the weekly chart though. Yeah, popped over 62. So I'm waiting on it. I want to see if it takes that 62 again. So I'm going to put an alert just underneath around 61.81 and see if it takes it out again. So this one from yesterday, the ATAI, this was a big one from yesterday. Looks like it's trying to have a second day continuation. Some Okay, good for you, Emmett, on your TCBP. So that was a nice pullback for you. I don't know if you had it, but now it's back over. I'm watching TCBP myself. I want to see if it holds three well, and I'll probably take it if I think it's holding three well enough. Maybe it gets up to like 308 on the bid, and it had what was the high? 327 was the high today. The high looking left is 317. Okay, guys, a minute. I want to see if it, just as long as it holds three. If it doesn't hold three, I'm out. Right, and I'll be probably going to be very quick. What's the TCBP? They're going to work quickly for me, or they're going to be out. Just watching it, watching it, watching it. Again, I don't mind taking a shot right now, and then I can always get back in if I don't feel it's working. Got a whole three for me. Got a whole three. It's basically right where I bought it. Okay, so that's how I'm just I have to watch it because, of course, that low float cannot take my eyes off it. I'm talking about the TCBP. No, no, I'm long. I'm long TCBP. I'm long. There, in fact, there are no shorts available for me in Interactive Brokers. So just hanging around that three mark. Again, if it gets out to 298, I'm out. But well, let's try to induce it up. Put a price alert above it. Boy, it is just hanging right where I bought it. Real okay, I am. Wow, I'm almost got out of it. Excuse me. Can always get back in. My get back in would probably be around the 319. Okay, I'm out of it, guys. I'm out of it. I know it just popped up for me, but I took it out. Now it's up again. This right here would be my potential get into it again. 12. Okay, just watching it again, see if I want to get back in it. So I took myself just underneath that three. But please, you have to have your own. Just talking in general to people, okay? You have to have your own trading style. I always hate to. Okay, guys, I'm just watching it again to see if it pops back up over this 317 mark. Well, I guess I'm wrong about the SPWH. That little area. Well, it still could stall it, but it is still pretty strong. The next high in the weekly chart is 4, so I suppose it could get to 4. Okay, give me one moment here. Okay, guys, LW, LW, LW. I want to see if I can maintain around that 84 mark. I'm looking at this as a potential short for LW. Well, I may not do it. I'm just watching it. I want to see if it gets back down to the 84 mark for the LW. Wow, Zeta guys, Zeta, Zeta, Zeta. Too bad it didn't have this didn't happen on Monday. Closer to the 1111. That was the trigger. This is the trade of the week. Trigger was 1111, but did not hit it until today. But that was way above it in the pre-market. So it doesn't mean you can't trade it, of course. But no, I think up to when. I mean, technically, Kevin. Okay, in terms of keeping stats on it, technically, I think until Wednesday, including Wednesday. But of course, you can trade it anytime. You can trade it anytime you want. But I'm not even sure we're really keeping stats on the trade of the week anymore. Okay, guys, REPX, REPX. Whoa, what a gap down for this one. Okay, guys, I'm continuing to watch. Well, it doesn't look like it's going to do it. Looks like it's 85 now. I'm talking about the Lamb LW. All right, RPEX, REPX. Gonna forget about the lamb then. Oh, look at this. Look at this pop for a day, all the way down to 61.33, almost a $2 pop. All right, guys, Zeta's looking really interesting now, hanging over 12, a little extended, but we got that big upgrade by Morgan Stanley. Was it Morgan Stanley? Yeah, well, that's why, yeah, I'm too bad on the TCBP for you, Emmett. Well, that's why I have a stop, guys. I don't, it's so important for me. Well, I think it's important for everybody to have a stop. You have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. So I could have, said, I think it's going to come back 280, at 270, at 260, at 250. I don't know where it's going, but take yourself out of the trade. You can always get back in later if it triggers for you. But the importance of having a stop. Okay, what was the upgrade? I think it was 18, right, for Morgan Stanley, upgrading it to from 12 to 17. Okay, so that upgrade is certainly helping Zeta today. ZETA. Para. Let's take a look at Para. It was dropping earlier on the report that they might have to do a financing. Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, very nice. Okay, this ALUR, guys, next high looking left is 325. So look what it got to this morning. It got up to 330, and there, so stalled right in that area. Is that really a question, MK? See, I don't get too into the conspiracy theories that especially for these cheap ones that the market makers are hunting your stops. If you believe it, fine. I don't really think about it. But that's me. Okay, a lot of people are, they're more into the conspiracies of. I'm not saying it never happens. Okay, I'm not trying to say it's. I shouldn't call it a conspiracy. I just don't really pay attention to it. Okay, not worth my time and effort. And that's not to belittle what you asked. Okay, MK. It's just I don't really think about it like that. All right. Well, LW now getting more interesting to me again. LW approaching that 84 level again. All right, guys, I'm definitely interested in this Zeta. Okay. The longer it holds over 12, maybe it gets up to that 1220 level. I might take I know some topping tails here, but that Morgan Stanley upgrade to 17 is certainly giving it a shot here. I see Vuzi. I know Shady was talking about Vuzi seems like years ago, VUZI, but it is having a bit of a day now. Okay, now ACB has been all over the place. Okay, so I don't know if there's any specific news on cannabis today, but ACB has been all over the place. But it just showed up in the combo scanner. Give me a moment. No, I can't take it. I cannot take it. Look at the that red line right there. I can't take it yet anyway. Okay, that red line right there, that represents the next high on the daily chart. You cannot see it on the daily chart. I'd have to zoom out, but that's what that red line is. So that's 787. Now, if it takes out 787, I'm going to stick an alert right around 796. I want to see if I can take that out, get through 8, because if it can do that, you've got a shot to this almost the 10 level, almost to the 10 level. Not saying it's getting there, but that, looking left, and I kicked myself yesterday for not getting into ACB, even though it came in the scanner. I mean, it's getting so darn close. ACB getting so darn close. I mean, the float is certainly helping it. 15.5 million in the float, very low float, certainly helping it. All right, guys, massive level for to try to get. Well, it actually, you can see right there, it took out that daily high. It gets through 8. I mean, anything could happen here. I mean, the next high is 816, and then after that, 980 on the daily on the weekly chart for ACB. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, big action right around that 8 level for ACB. I think the difference between ACB and CGC, memory serves me, is the float. Yeah, I mean, look, CGC should drag everything up. Could drag everything up, of course, but there's the float. 74 million in the float. ACB's got a way smaller float. So what is this up now? This is up 2.5%. ACB is up 9%. You know, and it's really about the float. Ah, son of a. I missed my LW. Missed my LW. Okay, guys. ACB, big level for it to try to take out is at 8. You know, I'm not telling anybody to take the trade, but that is a big level for it to try to take out. And as long as CGC keeps moving, all right, guys, here we go. Here we go. Over 8 now, ACB. Ah, look at the LW now. Shoot. I wanted to take that underneath $84, and well, I'm wrapped up in the ACB right now. That's fine. Okay, at 10 o'clock, we had Harker speaking. I don't know, maybe he's the reason for this little downturn. Okay, at 10 o'clock, maybe not. One of the Fed presidents. Maybe. I'll answer that for him. The 8 EMA, the 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart, Trader Todd. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. No, but there will come other guys talking. Oh, he's not talking. Okay, I had here that he was talking at 10 o'clock. That was my from the economic calendar. So maybe he's delayed it to 12:15. No, no. Okay, I said Harker, not Barkin. Get buyer. Looks like Harker talked at 10 o'clock, and then Barkin talks at. There's a bunch of them talking today. Okay. Oh man, oh man, ALUR guys, what a monster move. Big level for ACB right here, guys. Right here, big level. That is the next high in the weekly chart, I believe. And get through it. Yes. 816. That was the level. Okay. So if you took this one, now it's past that. You might, I mean, I'm not telling anybody how to trade this. You want to take some profit and all that, but now we've got nine, I mean, almost 10 on the weekly chart. Wow. Okay. Wasn't going to let this one get away from me today after yesterday. So, wow. So what I'm talking about, I did not get it at 769, not even close. Okay. But bound and determined, I wasn't going to let this thing run away from me today like I let it yesterday. And that's on the combo scan for ACB. Oh boy, look at this now, 850. Okay. I'm taking some off, guys. I'm taking some off right here around that 850 mark. Don't want to see this thing. The only reason I'm really doing that is because of what happened earlier. But again, that's up. That's me. Doesn't have to be you. Okay. Now listen, ALUR just showed up. Just showed up on the combo scan, guys. But you can see the next high looking left is not that far away. Right there, that red line is the next high looking left. That is that daily high. So for me, it's hard for me to get too interested in it. Not just because of that, but when you look left on the weekly chart, to me, it looks like there could be a lot of resistance. So let's take a look at CDXC. I had a price alert set there for some reason. That's taking out yesterday's or last week's high. Wow, 1026 already. Okay, guys, this is what I like to do around this time is talk a little bit about what you're going to find on my homepage, including the scans that I am sharing. And by the way, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And this is also, it's not just a trading room, it's a support room. So if you have questions about trade ideas or even if you have market questions, you can ask me. If I can't answer, I will try to direct you to somebody who can. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, all right, Zeta. Now, guys, Zeta is getting more interesting for me again, back up to that 1220 level. If you click on my homepage link, now, before I talk about anything else, this screen that you see here, the relative strength leaders from the close, okay? Now, I'm not sharing this on my homepage, okay? Not until, I keep saying this every day, but not until this gets into the production version. So what do I mean by that? So this is a top list. You can see upper left-hand corner, it says T. That means it's a top list window. If I right click and I uncheck show tree map, this is, typically what a top list window has looked like for years. However, if you right click on a top list window and you click on show tree map, you'll get that other presentation. So if you right click on your top list window and you do not have that option that says show tree map, okay, then you must download the latest beta. Now, you don't have to if you don't if you'd rather have it in a grid format, fine. I don't like it in a grid format. I like it like this. So if you want the grid format, sorry, the tree map format, then on my homepage, just scroll to the top, click on the download, and then here's the beta. Beta is absolutely fine. Okay. So that's that. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, this is a promo code you can use. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This is a software program, so there is a learning curve, of course. What we've tried to do here, though, 10 short videos to get you going. Download and install your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. If you're new to trading, Trading 101. This is a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together. And I think it's a great introduction to trading for a lot of you who have never traded before. Look at ACB is coming back. We have some left, but I got rid of a whack at around that 850 mark only because of what happened earlier, that big downturn. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Now, the trade of the week, it is working. Zeta. Problem is the trigger was 1111, okay? And so what happened is, of course, it opened at 11:57. It doesn't mean you couldn't have taken the trade, but just so you know, that was the trigger at 11:11, which it did not hit on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Okay, but that is the trade of the week. It is free. You can sign up for it. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Before I look at the education section, the only thing I ask, I only have one thing I ask. This is a free room. The way we keep it free is if you use my code to take out a subscription, that'll really go a long ways to keeping the room free. Company knows then that you know the marketing that I do in the room is working, and that's how they can track it if you use my promo code. So that's all I ask. They've got a subscription today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Just use my code. It'll really help to keep the room free. It's that simple. This is the education section. We have a great user guide. There's a getting started. Again, the getting started, the 10 short videos. More in detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to find out a little bit more about stock racing right there. Price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. You see them popping up on my screen all the time. So again, it's like any other user guide. There's a lot in it. You don't have to learn everything. If you're looking at this for the first time, don't worry. You don't have to learn everything. It's like any other software program that's full of stuff, but full of information, but you don't have to learn everything. A lot of the information here, you may never learn, because it's may not be interested. Just think of MS Word, okay? Take a look at that manual. You know everything in that? Of course not. But I will say this, if you're wondering about, well, how do I do something? Well, how do I put a price alert on a chart? Well, right there. How do I put a sound alert on a window? So when I hear a sound, I know which window to look at. Right there. How do I create a watch list? We call it a symbol list, a watch list. A lot of the stuff is in here. I don't mind demonstrating if you ask, but a lot of this, most of the stuff that people are interested in, you can find it in the guide. So even though I may demonstrate, I can always demonstrate how to do things, but it's always good to know that it's in the guide as a reference. Okay. So last, if you are looking for my scan, so you'll be at the top here, click on my homepage link. So the middle section, here are my scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. If you're here at 9 o'clock Eastern time, you would have seen the demonstrate the how I'm presenting it again in tree map format. Pulse resumes is over here. It's actually not as wild as it has been over the last few weeks. This is I'm going to go over the momentum scanner. This is the combo scanner that I talk about all day. Use it like a watch list, okay? This is what's happened so far. And, you'll get an alert. You don't have to take it right there, but use it like a watch list. Maybe it sets up later on for you. Maybe, it pulls back to a certain level that you like, maybe to the VWAP, maybe to a moving average that you like. But if you're new to trading, this is great because you only have a few stocks to watch. And abnormal option activity, you're looking for stocks trading abnormally. Option wise, I don't trade options, but this is showing me stocks that are, let's say a stock normally trades 5,000 options contracts over the last 10 days. You can put a filter in that say 300%. For you to see that stock today would have to trade 15,000 as an example. Okay, so you can ask me questions about my scans, but there they are. All right, guys, I'm out of the ACB as it was drifting down. I may get back in later. You would have to get back up to that 840 level, but that was a nice, really quick trade for me. I mean, it traded very differently from yesterday. Okay, this was the worrisome part. The 930 candle, got all the way down here. There was a big sell off. Whereas if you look yesterday, if I can, look yesterday. There's 915. There's a 930 candle. We were straight up for an hour, had a pullback, and then straight up again. I don't feel it is not doing the same thing today. Though, it might. It's just that first 15-minute candle kind of freaked me out a bit. That's why. All right, guys, what is Trade Ideas? What are we? Well, we're a great real-time alert machine, okay? So there are a lot of screening programs out there that call themselves scanners. I question they may think it's semantics, but I don't. This is what we do extremely well. This is an alert window. This is an example of a momentum scanner, okay? So what is it doing? By the way, guys, keep an eye on this DXYZ, DXYZ, DXYZ. So if I right click on this scanner and click on configure and then click on summary, this is the screening aspect of this scan. If the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. And I'm just showing you the concept. I'm not, it doesn't really matter the values that I'm using or even the filters that I'm using. I'm just trying to show you what the concept of creating a scan is all about. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock hits a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So you can see right here, that was the last time, REAX. It was at 10:37 plus 42 seconds, so about 10 seconds ago. And made high at 378. Okay, these are all real-time alerts. Obviously, you've got the symbol, you've got the time, and you've got the price. So since we've been talking, no other stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay, I'm just holding on to this in case we get another one. There we go. So there's Chris, CRIS, just made a new high for the day at 1733. Met all these filter requirements. I made a new high for the day. That is what we do extremely well. So if you like this scan, I'm sharing it on my homepage, okay? You may look at this and you may think, well, okay, I don't mind it, but I don't like the price range. Of course, you can make a change. This is what I like to see. Doesn't have to be what you like to see. I'm not trying to force, my trading style on anybody, but you can always make changes. You get used to using trade ideas. You may see a filter that you like. Maybe you add it. Maybe you take one of these out that you don't care about. Okay, so up to you. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. So right at the very top, the two most popular by far, real-time alerts, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. Just like I said with the user guide, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. When you see these icons, these are our filter icons. You don't have to learn them all, okay? I only use a handful of them. I use the new high and the new low of the day and a few of the filters, and that's it. Doesn't mean the ones I don't use are not good. It just means they don't meet my trading style. That's all it means. The company when they started 20 years ago, they over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they obviously had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and filters in order to satisfy the majority of our customers. Okay, who wanted to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So again, don't get hung up. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. So if you are like me, but even if you're not like me, okay, I have an alert set here for SPIR. Notice how the alerts work, by the way. Price alerts. Okay, this is a price alert. This is a price alert that you put on a chart. Very simple to do. You'll see this came into my price alert window. Why it popped up on my screen is that I have it minimized. So there's no need really for having this window to take up any screen space. Even if you've got the screen space, which I do, but I'd much rather have it pop up on my screen. Therefore, I cannot miss it when I get a price alert. Okay, I'll demonstrate that in a bit. So I'll just minimize it right now. So, if you are an intraday trader, your number one goal every single day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. I mean, why would you want to get into something that's hardly trading, not making any moves at all? Why would you want to do that, right? So, consequently, if all you did was take a look at this window right there, the relative strength leaders from the close, this is showing you the stocks that have moved the most. You know, ALUR has moved 110% today. Now, just because you see a stalker, it doesn't mean you automatically pile into the trade, of course. That's why you've got to practice trading. That's why that Trading 101 is available for you. It's a free series of videos because you still have to understand when you click on an alert, what story are the charts, whatever time frames you're using, what story is it trying to tell you? Looking at the different time frames. But what this is telling you is, hey, don't forget about me. Follow me. Okay. I am acting abnormally. Okay. The same with this. Follow me. I'm acting abnormally. These stocks here are very abnormal, and I'll explain why. Gosh, son of a gun. I wanted to get into Zeta at 1220. Still do it, I suppose, but it's run just a little bit more on me because I was planning to take a few shares. Well, coming right back down, maybe. All right. Well, let's come back down to that 1220 mark. So anyway, so your goal every single day as somebody who is wanting to intraday trade is to follow the stocks, know the stocks. First of all, you got to know what stocks are trading abnormally. This window right here will tell you all that. And also, if you take a look at this one right there, the combo scan, why that is so powerful is that it is a combination, and that's why it's called Pepe. It's a combination of really four scans. So before we had this right here, I call it the combo scan. That's a combo scan on my home page. Okay, go to the scan section, and it's the bottom right. I have two columns of scans. It's the bottom right. It's called combo. And so what it does is it takes a look at the stocks that are appearing here, okay, in the abnormal option activity. It takes a look at these stocks that are here, and it checks to see if they're also in here or here, okay, in the breakouts. Either the breakdown or the breakouts. Breakout obviously to the upside, breakdown to the low side. So before Pepe came up with the idea of combining all these scans into one, so that now we don't have to go through this list and check to see what stocks are similar. This will do it for you automatically. Okay, so now it gives you it's not usually a very big list of stocks, and another way just to follow a few stocks all day long. Use it like a watch list. Okay, and of course our AI can do the same thing. If you have our AI, you don't get too many stocks all day long. And I mean, if you're starting out trading, but even if you're not starting out trading, it's a great way just to, focus on a few stocks rather than because you can get overwhelmed, of course, by all the stocks that are coming through a scanner. Is ARWR question in our YouTube room? Is that let's see. First of all, I don't see it here. I don't see it in the option scanner. So let's take a look at it in my YouTube room. A question. Well, is okay. So you're right. It is definitely trading abnormally. So when you look at ARWR, okay, 3,200 contracts today, and that is 279% or 2.7 times normal. So it is definitely trading abnormally regarding options. Okay. However, for me to see this, I mean, the relative volume, why this is powerful, because it's combining, why this is powerful right there. It's combining, some very tough filters. First of all, for it to show up here, the relative volume has to be 8 at least. It has to be a 10-day daily breakout or a 10-day daily breakdown, and the option volume has to be abnormal. So right off the bat, you know, the relative volume is only 0.55. So it's only option-wise, it's not really trading abnormally. So that's why it probably will not show up any one of my scanners, even though the option activity is abnormal, but the overall volume is just not even it's only half. Okay, doesn't mean you can't trade it. I mean, if a person you want to trade it, you can go ahead, but the volume is not great. Because again, that's all I'm looking for, guys. Stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, as a swing trader, okay, now, I am not a swing trader, but if you were a swing trader, I think this is still powerful enough because you may look at something that really traded abnormally today, and let's say it closes well. Closing well means probably near the high of the day and all that. And when you look left on say a daily chart or a weekly chart, and you see that it still has room to run if it wants to, you might look at that and go, well, maybe I should hold this, okay, as a swing trader. It identifies a stock that is trading abnormally today, and it doesn't mean that tomorrow it'll just stop, especially if it's got room to keep moving. If that makes sense. Okay, guys, Zeta, 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 ZETA. I'm liking it. I think I'm taking it. So it's over that 1220. 1220 probably gets me out. So and this is something, I mean, you may look at this and say, well, maybe I'll swing it. Maybe I'm this again, this is not a recommendation, but when you start looking left on the weekly, now what we have to do is take a look at the monthly, okay? And check to see where is the next high in the monthly chart. And it's up here at 1343. So I mean it's still got room. And of course, Morgan Stanley's got that $17 price target on it. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but there is that. So Vanda, VNDA, sorry, VNDA. So this was an AI alert yesterday and a bit of continuation. Did have a sell-off, $6. It got down back down to 5. But this is maybe a continuation. So the ALDX, guys, you can see it's coming right into that 200-day moving average, okay? Right into it. 200-day moving average is at 478. It's right there. If somehow it can get through that, the next high in the weekly chart is around 6, a little over 6, 601, in fact. Now, ACB is back over 8. And let's see, for me, if it can maybe get back up to, I don't know, the 830 mark, I might get interested again. Now, watch what I do. This is what I'm talking about in terms of putting a price alert. So simple to do on the chart. So let's put a price alert. All you have to do is go to the chart, whatever chart you want, whatever time frame you want, and a little bit of a lag. There we go. So you see, there's a dotted line that is moving up with my mouse pointer. So if I just right click at 817, let's say I want to put it there, right click. Okay, unfortunately, it popped on my other monitor. So let me do it here so you can see it. So right click, create a price alert, 815. I don't typically put notes. You can if you want, but I'll just, and there it is, 815. And I'll now save it. Okay, so if it hits 815, you'll see my price alert window will pop up on my screen, so you cannot miss it. And that's why I'd rather have it do that. There's no point in having the price alert window take up space on your monitors, even if you have space. So, guys, another recap now. So, if you have the AI, that was a very nice alert. 347 for SPWH, 387 now, been hanging tough. And that is right now, that's over an 11% move. Meanwhile, here's the CADL. I think Shady might be in this one. Okay, you see what happened, guys. ACB. See how it popped up on my screen. If you sort on the triggered time column, You'll see it right at the very top. You'll see the very last one. You can also put a sound alert on it. I put a sound alert also using the actions, set up the sound, and you can put text to speech. This is new. Verbose. This is new for me anyway. So now we have two. You can put female or male. Interesting. I'm on a development version, guys. So that means now you could put two. Text to speech is pretty popular. In other words, read out the symbol. But in the past, you could only really do one text to speech because the whole idea of putting sound alerts on your windows is to have a unique sound for every window. So in other words, you don't want to have two before anyway, and now I guess you have a choice between female and male. You don't want to put text to speech on say three windows because if you hear her read it out, you won't know which window to look at. So that's the whole idea of the sound alerts. When you hear a sound alert, you'll know which window to look at immediately. So interesting. I'll try this. Verbose. You see what happens here. You know what? I don't want to do it on this one because I've used the custom sound on this one now for so long. I know this one. I'll put it on another window. All right, guys. So there's a CADL. Now, again, let's take a look left. Monthly chart. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 260. So a little bit close. Is the next high in the monthly chart. I'm not saying it's going to stop right there, but be aware of that anyway. In the pre-market, it got up to 272. I see. Okay, you put it to a vote. You like the grid? Well, listen. I mean, the grid is. That's why we have the option now. Okay, you can either use the tree map or you can use the grid. I just personally like the presentation of the tree map. I like the way it just sort of stares at me in my face. Don't forget about me. So we're just going to try something again, guys. This is one of the user 15-minute chart. Moment. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. Well, I know I mentioned that DXYZ, and I mean, so this is now, I guess, an all-time high for it. Is it? No. Yes, it is an all-time high for it. Started trading as DXYZ well, a few days ago. So this one just showed up here. It's HPCO, HPCO, and this one I like to see. This is why I like this presentation, because all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you're going to see the TCBP, you're going to see the ALUR, probably the CADL, probably all day long, near the top. But all of a sudden, something just appears, and that's why I kind of like that, because all of a sudden something appears. And so, Devin, in our YouTube room, in order for the option activity to be considered unusual, does it calculate the bid and ask? No, no, no. All it's doing is taking the total number of contracts that have both total number of option contracts today sold, okay, or bought and sold, okay. It's just the total number of contracts that have happened today. It's got nothing to do with the bid and ask, okay, in terms of separation. So if I look at, so yeah, so option volume today, total puts and calls 1,200. Okay, that's all for ALUR. That represents 64 times normal. Exactly. Thank you, William. Thank you, William. Yes, yes, yes. It's just the activity. Okay, so that's all that means. Total of puts and calls. Okay. So the one I'm not in that I wanted to be in was LW. LW. I wanted to be in that one as a short. So let me just explain a little bit more about, we don't scan for options, okay? But if I right click, configure, and this is a good exercise also. If anybody's wondering, well, do they have something? Like what do they have for MACD? So you can click on an alert window. Let me get the other one up. So if I right click on the alert window and click on configure, and then click on search. So let's just say, well, what do they have for MACD? Well, let's just type it in, MACD. This is what we've got. So if for whatever reason you wanted maybe an 8 minute instead of a 5 or a 10, we don't have it. Okay. You can't make it up. This is what we have. So you cannot. So if you're looking for something outside of this list, we do not have it. If you're looking for RSI. Okay. Same thing. This is what we have for RSI. If you're looking for a 10-minute RSI, we don't have it. So I'm going to type in options. So that's a good exercise to go through to find out what we have for something. So options, if I type in options, start typing in option, this is what we have for options, okay? So we have the put call ratio. We have the option volume, which is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. You'll see this works hand in hand with this bottom one here. We have the option volume today. You want to separate them. We have the put and the call volume today separated. And then this option volume today percent, this works hand in hand with this option volume. So as I said, if you If you say put 300% as a min in the filter, or you put 300% or a ratio of 3, and a stock has normally traded 5,000 options over the last 10 days, for you to see that stock today, it will have to be 15,000 options, okay? 15,000, 3 times. So that's how you can use it. So if you're looking for stocks that are trading abnormally option-wise, certainly you can construct a scan to do that. And in fact, you don't have to go much further than the scan right here, abnormal option activity. And I'm sharing this one. Now, if it's in light blue, this is a suggestion to go long. And if it's in brown, a suggestion to go short. So abnormal options on the way up, abnormal options on the way down. That's how it's color coded. All right, guys. So Hippo, HIPO, where is it showing up here somewhere? Yeah, there it is. No, that's not the same one. Sorry. I know why. The volume is only 126,000. Minimum here has to be 200,000. So that's why it's not showing up. But man, I mean, look at this HIPO. It really gets going. I mean, it's had a great 3 months after a terrible couple of years, 3 years. All right, guys, I'm just trying to figure this out here. This picture in picture now we've got doesn't seem to be actually taxing my system too much right now either. So, okay, guys, I'm going to get rid of this. I don't know how to make. Oh man, LW, 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 LW on that 85 break is now almost $4. Well, $3.50 down on that 85 break. Yeah, this actually showed up also. So the SPWH showed up as a AI trade alert at 347, still hanging in there just underneath 4. It also showed up on the combo scanner at 373. Okay, a little bit, well, quite a bit later, but obviously none of the filters were met until it hit 373. Option volume today is 2,300 contracts so far. That's 18 times normal. And the relative volume is 14. So, I mean, this is, and it's an earnings play. That's why it's, super active. To me, it looks like it could really struggle to get much higher, to me anyway. And you look left on the daily chart, looks like there's a lot of action right around that 4 level. Oh, LW, LW, LW. So again, this is where I mean it was choppy at the very beginning, but this is where the alert happened, 9:49 Eastern time at 84.40. Now from there, it actually popped up to the 85 level, and then it came back down. And now look at it, 81.19 from 84.40. That's a great little move, and it's an earnings play, and just getting hammered on the way down. And the next low looking left is 80. Wow, it's right there. It's right there. Okay, I'm not sure. Do you hear my dog in the background? Probably. So look at this guy. So on the weekly chart, 81.26, 81.26, 81.17 now. Will this hold it? Will this hold it? I'm asking the question rhetorically, of course. Just give me one moment, please. I'm going to mute myself. I'm back, guys. Fun and games. All right, guys. So still in the Zeta. Just want to see if it can hold up over this 1220 level. Okay. So you see how the 200-day moving average, I'm not a big indicator guy, right? So you can see how the 200-day moving average, though, basically stalled ALDX. It's too bad that it's there because, I mean, when you look left, it has a lot of room, okay, on the weekly chart. But that 200-day moving average so far has stalled it. Again, I'm not a big indicator guy, but 200-day moving average, certainly aware of, and the VWAP. Okay, those are the two that I pay attention to. Why? Well, anybody take LW because now it is through that low. It's through that low on the weekly chart. Now, by the way, guys, I created this. I mean, it's not a big deal. All I did was I took this. If you want it, you can have it. Or actually, I'd rather you make it yourself. Okay. So this is the momentum down. This is the momentum up. Okay. All I did was I took this and I just what we call flipped. Well, let me demonstrate. So if you like this scan right here, the momentum scan. So if you right click on it and then I'm going to duplicate it. Okay. The reason I'm doing that is because I still want this scan. I don't want to change it. But what I'm wanting to do is to flip it from momentum up to momentum down, which is what this is. So, how to do that? And this is just a time saver because if I right click and click on configure and click on the summary. So, what can be flipped will flip. What do I mean by that? So, obviously, you can flip new high to new low. You cannot flip price ranges or current volume or you cannot flip any of these things, but I can flip this stocks where the price was down at least 2% from the previous close. Okay. And so, I mean, obviously you could just create the scan from scratch, but why? But if you want to have a very similar scan just going in the opposite direction, why not just use the flip function and flip it? Okay. So now you see how that flipped. Now it's a new low and down 2% from the previous close. And then you would just give it another name like I did here, call it Momo down. And that's how it's created. You guys should try to do it if you want yourself, because you can take other scans that you may have and maybe you want to flip them, have them go in the opposite direction. Okay. And this is where you see the LW over and over and over again. So ticked off that I'm not in it. Meanwhile, I'm not in it. I just didn't have the time to really DXYZ. Look at this now. DXYZ. Yeah, I mean, and the spread. I mean, the spread is 36.70, 37.01. I mean, it's not wonderful, but it's not insanely bad for something that's doing this. What's the volume like here? Yeah, I mean, a lot of volume too. Come on, Zeta, move. So Conagra, CAG is an earnings play. You can see how it's faded from the highs here. But you have these bottoming tails here, which the sellers have been trying to knock it down, but the buyers have at least been closing it up in this level here. All right, ACB maybe wanting to go again. Okay, guys, level to get through would be 840. That could get it really running again. See what it got to? It got up to that 840 level. It takes that out. It could have another run. The high right there is 854 or so. Okay, REPX just showed up in the scan, in the not in the combo scan, but in the 10-day daily breakdown, and it is not an earnings play. This is this. Okay, I think this is trading lower after the company priced a financing at 27 a share. So consequently, I'm not loving it. Okay, because that 27 could hold it. It's a little bit above the financing price. Okay, so that's why I'm not, even though it's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Normally, I'd probably take a stab at this one, but no, because 27 could hold it. Go take out that 850 ACB. Another cheap one, guys. Don't like it. Just looking left, look how messy it is. I had to click on it because I didn't know what I was going to see on the weekly chart. All right, guys, we got a mini winner again with the ACB. See, I just keep putting price alerts and it just induces it upwards. VVPR above the VWAP. I haven't looked at VVPR all day, so let's take a look at that one. That was, of course, a big one from before. Oh, man, it is choppy though. I mean, it may, I don't like it. I mean, I can't look at this. I mean, it's so choppy on the 15-minute chart. Up, down, bottoming tails, topping tails. But okay, I mean, the 645 is the VWAP. Yes, you're right. But look at this. I mean, big topping tail up there, bottoming tail here. To me, it's just a very difficult intraday trader today. The weed whisperer. Man, I didn't. So the real brokerage, REAX, what a move this one made. Really no action in the pre-market, no suggestion this was going to happen. I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any news on it. Big float too, 94 million. Certainly not a low float situation, but that's a big move, 17%. I don't see any news. All right, guys, I did see this is actually an earnings play, okay? And it is just gone positive, okay? SMPL. It is just gone positive. And the next high looking left on the daily chart is 33.24. So it's got about 50 cents or so to that next high. It is just gone positive. SMPL. It is an earnings play. The Simply Good Foods Company. Come on, one more little pop for ACB. Again, ACB still has room on the weekly chart. Looking left on the weekly chart, and you're going to see almost 10 up here. 980. So you know what? I haven't really looked at the market today, other than at the beginning of the day. Actually, in the pre-market, we had this beautiful. There we go. So we had that big 1 hour move before the market opened from 8:30 to 9:30, and then we had this little move down, and now, yeah, just kind of not doing too much right now. All right, CDXC. Now this is just showing up in the 10-day. Love it. Just I'm just having fun here, guys. I mean, in terms of course, I'm not inducing it up really, but I just keep putting price alerts above ACB, and it just keeps Triggering? Well, let's why don't we just put 9? Now 9, I'm probably yeah, I've taken some off, okay, because again, you know me and the whole number, so taking some off ahead of that whole number of 9, the 886 level for ACB. And remember, I said that that 820 to 830 mark would get me interested, and I'm telling you to do the same thing me as I did, but right here, right in that level, right there. That's Jamie's NR7. Okay, glad it worked out for you. What? Oh, at 12:24. Okay, kind of where I'm in at it. I'm in at 12:25 for the Zeta, and it's kind of not really doing too much, but no reason for me to get out of it. Not yet, anyway. If it gets back down to that 12:25, I may just exit, just because it's not dynamic enough for me right now. All right, guys, what time is it now? Wow, 11:32 already. So, Steve, I'm going to confirm it'll be Steve. Sometimes Andy and Steve flip flop. Normally it's Steve today, but let me just do a check to see who's taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Yeah, but what he's going to say, is that the trigger was 11:11. You could never have got it anywhere close to that, unfortunately, because it popped. The first trade was at 11:58 this morning. Now, it doesn't mean you can't have traded it, of course. And in fact, I wonder if it dipped down to 11. I guess it actually might have dipped down to 11:40. So, but anyway, bottom line is that it's yeah, very nice. Steve is in the YouTube room today. Just confirmed. All right, ALUR. Now, maybe this is getting set again, guys. Bottoming tails. What's the VWAP? 340, 340. So the VWAP kind of held it. Maybe getting set to have another run. Now, this is just showing up. Air is just showing up. AIR showing up in the momentum scan. 6117. Little bit of room to the next high. Looking left. Not a lot of volume though. 155,000 shares. That is three times normal, but not a lot of volume. Yeah, as Steve says, I'm sort of talking to him. I mean, it gapped way above the trigger. So, but you guys can talk to him about it. He'll be in our YouTube room in about 25 minutes. All right, guys. Well, ACB. Yeah, I might just turf it now. Yeah, then a whole number of 8, 9 might be really tough for it to get through today. Ooh, CSAN. Got some room, guys. CSAN has a little bit of room here to 13. It's at 1255 right now. Next high looking left is 1295. Again, what's the volume? Not terrible, five times normal. Big float. Wow, 1.2 billion in the float. So consequently, it's going to take a bunch to move it. Come on, Zeta. ZETA. I think it had room to about 13 something on the monthly. Yeah, 1346 is the next high on the monthly chart for Zeta. And I'm not saying it's getting there, but should be aware of where the next high is. Yeah, completely out of the ACB now, guys. Completely out of it. ACB has been a lot easier to trade than CGC today. Now, I mean, just look at CGC. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails and the chopping around it's done. I mean, ACB, I'm not saying it's been super simple, but a lot, I had at least it had this move up before the pullback and then this move up before this little pullback. CGC has been just chopping around. Well, you're right. You're absolutely right. Oust is up. After it did its chopping around, and now Oust is, it's had at least two nice 15-minute candles without a lot of whip. OUST, you're right. And this was an AI alert a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago. You can see the alert was right there. And if you hover over the buy, it should be showing me at 575. So almost a double. Well, I'm saying, guys, you should follow the AI alerts for several days afterwards if you have the AI. I just found it difficult to trade. That's all. I tried like mad to trade it yesterday, and I just couldn't figure out a way to do it. Now, keep an eye on MLKN, guys. MLKN. Now, this is this had the big down day on earnings, and it is recovering somewhat over 27. Of course, it's got all sorts of room up to here, 3087. Not saying it's going to get there, but it's got some room. This was an earnings play, of course, office furnishing place or company. This was a merger between Miller and Knoll. Hmm. So yeah, MLKN. Like to see it hold. What's the volume? Yeah, see the volume is not great, guys. 119,000, only 0.69. The reason I know about it is because this was an AI alert a while back, and so I'm going to follow some of these for a few days afterwards. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, in about 15 minutes, Steve will take over from me. So I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. Again, Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. And you will hear him talk about his favorite scan, which is the jam down to the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. So that orange line there is the 10 SMA. If you can see my 15-minute chart, if you can see that orange line, and he loves that. Steve rarely he'll probably think I chase stocks, and to a certain extent I do. But I am looking for my type of setup. But Steve would never. What he waits for is to see if the stock can get back down to the 10 SMA and hold it, and then bounce off it. And if he's looking to short something, it'd be the reverse. Something that's moving up into the 10 SMA. Will that act as resistance and then move down from it? And I guess he's got a scan that's called the jam down to the 10 SMA. I know he talks about it a lot when he does his weekly in the YouTube room. Boy, this DXYZ. I mean, it's well, okay, guys. CDXC make. No, I can't remember where I saw this on the monthly chart. CDXC on the monthly chart. Oh, I didn't even look because here it is, 491. So about $5. About $5. Okay, is the next high on the monthly chart. So CDXC on the move. Now this is extended, but the potential buy would have been right around here, around 418. You see that red bar right there? Took that green candle, took it out, and went from 418 up to 440. I'm not sure I saw it there though. Then, yeah, pretty simple to wimp out though on that DXYZ. I mean, you never know what can happen. RNA. I don't know if this news hit before, but I mean, the president and CEO sold, I think, deal 28,000 shares. People get all hung up on things like that, but I don't know if that probably is not the reason. Oh, we got a few then. Another director selling 20,000, excuse me, 20,000 shares. I don't know if that's the reason. I don't see the offering news yet. I'm just checking my IB headlines. I don't see the offering news yet, but wow, DXYZ. Where is the VWAP? $32, way down here. Tuesday, okay. Thank you, Casa. So they did, find so it's not priced yet, okay. You know what's might get weaker here now, guys, is Levi, Levi. Take a look at Levi, earnings play, still up, but you can kinda see right here, if it breaks down through here, which is around 2140 or so, it's down through that, Steve likes that, the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, so it's down through that. The VWAP is at 2183, so it's below the 10 SMA and it's below the VWAP. And you can kind of see that it's trying to hold on to this level, but if it broke down, it may just start to keep moving down. Still up 14%. It is an earnings play. Nice reaction to its earnings. So here's another cheap cannabis play, guys. HITI. Yeah, the house is still moving. I think, when I was so interested in this, yeah, that's what I saw. It had room to 12 on the daily chart. I'm sorry, on the monthly chart. Well, I mean, this has been about the best it's traded since 11:15, probably in all the days. In other words, it hasn't had the big giant pullbacks. It just now decided not to do any of that. So good for you. This one from yesterday, guys. GSIT. This one from yesterday, had a nice day yesterday, had the day before, I had a nice day. A bit of a follow through now. Low float, 17.7 million in the float. All right. Well, I'm not going to do anything now, of course. I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, so I'm not going to do anything new. What I'll do now, though, is I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve when he gets there. He's not there yet. I'm just looking at your sound now, Shady. Yeah, nice move. After the few days, it has been kind of not the big range, but yeah, nice move. I don't know where you got in, maybe 520. That's a great move, 560. And it still has room to move. $6 is the next high. You know, this MLKN, guys, is hanging tough here. It's really hanging tough over the 27 level. I mean, it's, the relative volume is nothing to speak of, but and neither is the overall volume. But the longer it holds over 27, could be one of those more, 72 million in the float. It may not be dynamic, but it may be a little easier on the nerves. But you can see, what Steve would be saying right now is there's that 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Sorry, the 10 SMA, sorry. 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. And you can see what it's doing. It's sitting right on top of it. So will it hold it or will it move down? If it moves down, that might turn into a nice short. But if it holds it, it could turn into that, as long as it holds over 27, gets up to that 27.10 level, it could have a little bit of a run. Okay, NKTR, guys, NKTR on the move. NKTR looks like this is on the move a bit. NKTR. Ooh, where can this go now? Have to look at a monthly chart. Sorry, yeah, monthly chart to see where the next high is. So it looks like $1.60 on the monthly chart is the next high for NKTX. Now, according to our provider, that is a big float. That's a big move with that float, 17%, 884 million. I don't see any I don't see any specific news on it. Oh, MGNX. Okay. Liking it, guys. MGNX. It just popping up here. It is now showing up in the combo scan. Liking it. The next high, of course, is way up here. Nice break, kind of out of consolidation. There's that 10 SMA holding it. Let's see if it works. Push, push, push. So you can see we had the alert right there at 18:53, right at 11:53. So just about a minute ago at 18:53. That's in the combo scan. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do now is just put my announcement up there. Steve is not in the YouTube room yet, but I like to get the announcement in on a break. Okay, back around 1 p.m. Just waiting for Steve to show up. And of course, waiting to see if MGNX can push at least get close to that night. I mean, I'm not saying it's getting up here 2152, but you know, that is what you want to see. You know, look at all the room it's got to move before it hits that next high. There it is down here now. You can see it down here, 37% up, 37%. This is in the in this window right there, screen you see right here, MGNX. All right, something. Yeah, it might have a struggle to get through 19. I mean, what did it get up to? It got up to 1885. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just waiting for. Oh, there he is. Okay, guys, Steve just showed up in our YouTube room, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room, and we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Mr. Gomez, how are you?
Hello. I am off mute.
You're off mute. Okay.
I'm good. How's your new microphone? Still working?
Yeah. Well, I'm on the new mic.
Good.
Not really getting the sound noise canceling working that well, but it doesn't matter. There's not that much noise in the background. My dog scared a lot of people this morning, but other than that,
Oh.
we're fine. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't bother me too much.
All right. Good.
But I just wanted to talk to you about, I know you're going to talk a little bit about the Zeta. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, I mean, it was a tough one because it gapped through the first print of the day because it didn't trigger earlier than now. The other thing too, are you still? I know we don't really track the trades of the week like we used to, but are you still saying that unless it triggers by Wednesday?
Yeah, that's a general rule of thumb, but gosh, in this case, there's really nothing to do with it. It never really pulled back. If it
Right,
had gapped up and pulled back down to the 11 area, that's kind of the entry point, but we never got that. So
right.
technically, in my book, it becomes a chase, and it's just I I don't know what to say. There's just not much you can do with it. I don't know if I would participate now after all this is behind it.
Well, I chased it.
No,
I'm in
okay,
it,
well,
so
nothing wrong with that. I mean, hopefully it holds on here. But yeah, I don't have anything to say about that. It's funny.
okay.
I was noticing, I was going through some of the past trade of the weeks, and it seems like a lot of these were a week early. GDX kind of had a bit of a dip and then it
hmm
took off.
Yeah.
Spotify had a bit of a dip and then it took off. And so I don't know. Maybe I need to just like slow down and not be a week ahead of myself in my crystal ball. I don't know.
Now, Steve, DXYZ.
Yes, I'm happy with
I
the
just have
trade.
to do it.
Yeah, I'm happy with the trade. Normally I don't do that. You called it out that one day, and there was something about it that just made me interested in the profile of what they do. They invest in,
Yes.
and I did my perfect day and a half trade, just like I said I would do. And I
Yep.
looked at it yesterday, and I saw it pulling back. But the problem for me is, I need my data points. I need my moving averages, and when I have such little amount of data, they can be really squirrely, and so I don't get as interested. But
Right.
nice move today. Day and a half,
No, no kidding.
yesterday and today.
No kidding. And who knows where it's going, all time high and all that. But all right, I'll leave you now. I'll try to show up at about 5 2. So I know because I know you have stuff to do at 1. So I'll try to show up
Well,
at 5 2.
yeah, but nonetheless, yeah, on DXYZ, you paid for dinner the other night. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right,
Okay. Hopefully it was lobster or whatever. You like
it's good.
lobster?
Occasionally, I like
Okay.
other things. I like steak better.
Okay. Okay, Steve.
All
Okay. We'll
right,
talk to you in about an hour.
see ya. Okay, let me get into the YouTube room so I can see any questions that may be coming in. All right. Hello, everybody. If you don't know, I'm Steve Gomez. I've been using Trade Ideas since day one, and I've been an employee for the last 8 years to help people support education, social media, webinars, and things like that. And so today is my stint at the live session. And again, the live session is designed for people who need help. We're here every day. And a lot of times people say, hey, can somebody call me? Can somebody chat with me? This is really the best forum to help. So if you are looking for something specific and need help, please chime in. Let me know. I see a question. Hello, Great Scott. We'll look at that one real quick. AVTX, something on your radar, obviously. Yeah, look at that nice 5-day moving average. I'll talk about that all the time, and it never even really came into play. Ooh, CYBN, I'm in that. I need that to go. I'll talk about my positions in a moment. Hello, Devin. Are agricultural stocks bottoming? Well, the only way I would know that is, let's see, there's the MOO, which is an agricultural Van Eck agribusiness. Archer Daniels, Midland is an ag stock. Look at that. That's a nice breakout. Are they bottoming? That's what you asked me. They might be. If I just pull up ADM here, that's a sweet looking little chart there. I'm glad you brought that to my attention. Why do I like that? I love that narrow band consolidation with the 10 SMA coming up to kind of call the price higher. And today might be the beginning of that breakout. So, yeah, that's a good one. There are some other ETFs I could look at, but let's look at the competitors. You've got ConAgra, big spike today. We did Archer Daniels. What else do we have that I'm familiar with? Campbell's. Not much going on there. But if there's an ETF, Moo is an agricultural ETF. That's looking not bad, and it's going to come up and challenge its 200-day. It's been in a horrible downtrend. How about that? So if you have anything you want me to look at specifically, I'm happy to, Devin. What I've got going down here, let's just refresh this. This is my short squeeze, okay? And I've got these, anything in here has a high short squeeze, but what I did is I sorted by change from the open over here on the right side. So now that I've sorted by change from the open, I can go into Tree Map, and it just gives me a real-time idea of who's moving. And anything on here is going to have a high short float. And boy, I kind of wish I had seen this one at 90 cents. Look at this, 33% desktop metal. Hit that moving average that I love. Again, there's my 10 SMA all day long on a 15-minute chart. There we go. And then boom, there's the inflection point. So this is just, for somebody who's not familiar with what's going on here, this is my heat map of all things with high short floats. And there's a bunch of names on there, which we can't see all of them, but every now and then I might see something like, I just saw it. ACB, look how ACB is pulling back to the 10 SMA perfectly there at 8. But probably not going to be interested. It's had a day and a half of movement already. So this is just a very active window of ideas that are all sharing high short floats. The F cell, that's interesting. If I go back to this, look at how the 50-day moving average has just put a lid on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say future self. There is a trade alert for you, price alert. If that breaks out, I'm going to remind myself that this F cell fuel cell technology might be trying to break its downtrend. All right, what's up, Patrick? Back in the gold silver. Patrick, I had an amazing trade. I can't trade AGQ in my 401k because it's a freaking nanny state. But I had AGQ in my margin account, and boy, I nailed it, and I'm out. I picked up some down here. I doubled up, full size position, held day number 2. You guys know I like a day and a half, sold half, and then sold the remaining half yesterday. So I took a nice 2-day move in AGQ, not in it today. Can't be happier with that. That's my perfect surfing analogy wave right there. But boy, the names you and I have been talking about, Patrick, over the last couple of months, look at how they're just coming alive now. CDE, talked about that on our podcast. GDXJ, talked about that on our podcast, and it was the trade of the week. Oh, come on, Steve, you can type. Nathaniel, do you believe market conditions continue strong uptrend? There's no reason to believe why not. One of the reasons I think I look at this SMH, and just this is the leadership right here, the semiconductors. I think you want to keep an eye on this. One thing I have noticed is this is a very difficult level. Once it gets right here around this 230 level, I'm going to draw a line again. It has a hard time getting back above, but we'll see what happens. It's just probably a holding pattern. I would not want to be net short this market. I can see, maybe trying a couple things here and there, maybe as a hedge, just in case you wake up to some bad news. But this market is extremely strong. And when we look at there's our monthly down here, big move in the monthly. So, and in that respect, at any moment in time, and like Andy loves to say, it can come like a thief in the night. The overnight black swan could happen in Europe or Asia, and we wake up down 300 points, and then we just keep selling off. That could happen, but you don't bet on it right here. You're not really going with the trend. You just have to be aware of it. What I like to do is just cycle in and out of things and never be 100% fully levered, which I'm not. And by the way, look at how perfect this SPY is behaving. Gapped up, came in, and found the rising 10 SMA, just like clockwork in my book. Absolute beauty right there. And that's what I was mentioning about that trade of the week, Zeta, which did not give anybody a chance to get in. It gapped up and then took off. So not much that we could have done there. Trade of the week, Leon Zeta. I don't know. I'm glad you asked. I don't wait for a pullback now. I was just going to say, what, Leon, this is for you and anybody else. What if Zeta had done this? What if Zeta had gapped up and then came in and picked up that 10 SMA very close to our original target trigger, right? That would have been okay in my book, but this is not what Zeta did. To me, Zeta is now out of play. It gapped up and took off and kept going. It did not give us a chance for a pullback. If it had pulled in and then found that 1111, look at it's even showing right there, 1111. That was our original entry. So a gap up and then coming into that would have been perfect, but it didn't do that. So I'm not one to be inclined to chase. Now, this could be day one. It could move higher, but I feel like I've missed more than half of the move, so I'm not going to chase anything that looks like that. It's a great question. I totally anticipated having to address that. You never know, what the actual trigger, is going to look like. Now, if you were somebody in pre-market that was on the ball, and you were watching it, let's see what it did in pre-market. Yeah, right there, it didn't give much of an opportunity, but that was our trigger down there. But most people are not going to be jumping into things in pre-market. All right, Nathaniel, can you trade both pullback and breakout, or is it too conflicting? Okay, so I like trading pullbacks after there's been a run. I'll have no problem trading breakout if it's coming from consolidation. So Nathaniel, I'm not going to trade breakout on something that's already ran, for 3 days to get there. Matter of fact, I could look at AGQ. We can actually see on the thumbnail down here. Look at that. That's a breakout. Do I buy this breakout? No. Why do I say no? Because look at all the energy it expended to get to that breakout. Because this is technically the breakout level up here when we look left on the monthly chart. So there's a time and a place for breakout. And somebody showed me, what was it? Was it ADM that was starting to look kind of sweet? Yeah, ADM. That's a breakout. And from where has it come, to use proper Queen's English? It has come from a period of consolidation. That is a breakout that I'm willing to buy. Back to the AGQ. I mentioned to Patrick that I had my perfect trade in this thing, my perfect day and a half. I was already positioned down here. I'm going to turn this thumbnail off for a second. I was already positioned down here. Day one was a gift. Day two took half off, then took the second half off. I'm out. Now I'm looking for a pullback. Maybe the rising 5-day moving average is going to converge with this gap fill. That's a pullback buy. But currently, if this were to shoot up, that would be a breakout, and I would not trust it. I would not buy that because it has expended too much energy getting there. It needs a shower and a couple warm meals and a couple 8 hours good night sleeps before it can move higher from its base camp. All right, I'm going to talk about something else here. Sound. Andy and I are sometimes on the same page, and we're constantly messaging each other. And you guys will have Andy tomorrow on the live stream. But one of the things you've got to do is understand who the players are. Get yourself a program and find out who are the AI players. The AI players are Sound, CXAI, as evidenced by the giant gap up of the purchaser, the use of Google, I think it was. And now the 5-day moving average is coming up to catch that. BBAI doesn't really have any news yet, but they're in the game. And look what they did here. Here's my pinch play. If you saw my video, there's the pinch, and it moved higher. So bullish for BBAI. So what am I getting at? AI stocks as a general, you've got to know the 5 or 6 players in the game. I'm leading to this. Andy and I thought, boy, this AI is in the group, but it hasn't played ball yet. AI gapped up, sold off, and came down. So the first thing we noticed was Sound ripping through the 5-day moving average right there with good volume right there. So that's kind of like the guinea pig. All right, this one moved through and didn't get eaten by the sea lions or the penguins. Jumping to the next iceberg. Okay, and then BBAI I just showed you that had a pinch play. So I start to filter through second and third tier tertiary similar names. So I bought AI. Andy bought AI. I'm holding on to AI, and I'm going to use probably this as my stop right down here. So I'm either going to get a happy price alert or I'm going to get a price alert that tells me the stop is imminent. Why isn't that drawing? Okay, so I just wanted to go over that. That's kind of the genesis of why did you take this trade in AI. It's horrible. It's in a downtrend. I would normally never buy this. But when I see other things in the same sector popping with volume, I'm happy to jump in for a day, day and a half, see if I can get something out of it. Yeah, for a swing, John. But for me, remember, a swing is like a day. It's probably a one night overhold. If I can go into the close and say, hey, looks like I nailed this. Looks like I got this thing. Big green bar. We're closing on highs, good volume. I fully expect follow through tomorrow. That follow through tomorrow is my bread and butter. That's what I fade out of to use that as my exit strategy. So I'll stay in a trade for a couple days if it's not doing anything. But once it goes into motion, once it's in full momentum, I don't want to stick around for longer than a day and a half. And again, the perfect trade is one that closes on highs and everybody can see it. And they come home from their other job and they start chasing it with market orders on day two. Well, guess who's up there on the offer with limit orders, taking profits? That would be me. What scans keep you active and changing the market? I don't really use a whole lot of scans necessarily. I mean, I'm demonstrating this one right here because it's one of my favorite. I'll just go back and turn it down. This is just nothing more than, I'm going to go back to short float. This is a giant list of stocks that have big short floats. But if I double click and change from the open, and then I go back to my tree map, I can just kind of see who's active. I could use a race if I wanted to, but I'm not. So that's one of my main scans really is the short float, especially, Nathaniel, when the markets are moving higher. I will start to watch which shorts are starting to move now. I'm not really looking for any new positions at the moment, other than that AI I told you about, which I'm currently in. Now, let's say this thing goes for me. I've got a good entry right down here below 50. Let's say it goes for me. I fully expect sellers to jump in right there if it goes, if I'm lucky. So I have to maybe expect that there's going to be a battle there, and I'll watch that battle closely. We'll see what happens. Okay, let's see if I've missed any questions. It was a good question on the pullback versus breakout. I hope that makes sense. It's where is it coming from, Nathaniel? Is it extended? Then it's don't chase breakouts. Tyson, is that TSM? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, Taiwan Semi. Yeah, that was a goofy one because of the news. Very volatile, and anything could happen overnight. They could come in and say, well, actually our chip makers are messed up. MindMed. I'm in MindMed, which brings me back to CYBN. I said earlier, I need CYBN to go. I'm doing the same thing in CYBN that I just did in AI, which is the psychedelic stocks. And MindMed is probably fast becoming the leader because they're getting the most attention and getting deepest into the FDA labyrinth of phases. But you've got other stocks like CMPS, Compass. They're getting a little bit of a bounce today. They do psychedelics as well. What was that? PBM was one that Barry traded one day. That's not really doing anything. But CYBN is still on my radar. It's only a 40-cent stock, and I normally don't trade 40-cent stocks. But notice what it did. It big volume, pulled back, and then it just kind of gave us a perfect little wedge. Well, yesterday, it broke out of that wedge. So yesterday, I thought I had one. I thought I had day one. I thought it was closing on highs, and we were going to get follow through. But I didn't get it. but I'm not getting out. Ideally, I'd like to keep it above this 5-day moving average here, which is acting as a pivot line. As you can see, resistance, 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 broke through, coming back to retest. That thing better be support now, this 5-day moving average. I just did a video on that as well. You might even get an email on it, but that's like the do or die. Do I stay in the trade? Do I bail on the trade? That's exactly what I'm talking about right now. If you didn't get the email, check it, because it should have went out to all the people on email, basically talking about, how to use a simple indicator to decide, should I stay in this thing and give it a chance, or do I give up and move on and focus elsewhere? Yes, I can share. I'm going to share this one in the actual race forum. But again, let me show you real quickly what I've done. I've got a top list here, and there's a lot of different windows. There's a lot of different columns, but I'm choosing to double click and sort by change from the open. If you wanted to, you could double click short float, and you could see all these crazy names that are actually over 100%, which are very, GameStop was at one point too. You never know. So I'm going to go back to this view, and I'm going to give it to you in the tree map view. So I'm going to actually, I'm going to have to log in. I think I can send it here. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Tree map for short squeeze. Oh, something just went off. That better be a good one. It's AI from below. That's a good one. That means it's going places. Okay. That's what I'm referring to there. So get rid of a couple of these. Why can't I get rid of that? Yeah, the chart is acting up. Anyway, so it's starting to do what I hope. Now I'm going to move this up to highs. Actually, I'm going to move this up to somewhere around there. And that's interesting. That's not giving me, I'm going to refresh that chart. That's all I needed to do is refresh the chart. I'm going to give myself a new price alert here. Interesting. These price alerts are acting goofy. Watch if I come back to it. It's probably there. Yeah, there they are again. Okay. These are acting weird. All right. It must be the new version that I'm on. I don't like that. Okay. Anyway. All right. So it looks like we're caught up on questions, I believe. What else am I in? So Patrick knows I've been sitting in this one. This is a long-term. It's not a swing trade. It's a position. It's an investment. Earnings are behind us. All I see is still kind of a nice flag coming off those lows. So hopefully I get that. There's the AI that I just purchased. We talked about this. Getting fat fingers here. Here we go. So getting a new 15-minute high. I fully expect us to come up here and maybe ring the bell. If it does that, I might sell a little bit just to take some off and pay myself if I can get that. Because I fully expect sellers to jump in there. And if they do, I might as well join them and pay myself a little bit. Oh, here's one. I didn't even get a chance to talk at the Fubo. Okay. Fubo. Check it out. Somebody asked me, what scans do you use? Well, when I went to my heat map, I was clicking through. And first thing I did was I noticed the daily chart. Ooh, look at that. Broke the downtrend, 20 SMA finally. Kind of a pinch play. Popped above, riding the SMAs. I'm going to take a chance. I took a chance in some Fubo. Again, probably a day and a half. If I can get it to work and this thing moves and closes on highs, guess what? The shorts, 22%, freak out. Bit of a short squeeze. Guess who's a seller right here at this level? I am not buying this saying I'm going to hold on for my grandchildren. I'm buying this to say I see a momentary tip in the lifeboat where people might rush to the other side here. And the 22%, which again is the reason I like to use this scan, shorts will quickly scurry like rats and drive the price higher when there's a lot of them. And then what else do I have? I got two more positions I'll show you, which we've already talked about actually. It's the psychedelics. MindMed is getting a bid. That's nice. Please buy Cybin. I have a gross amount of this. A very irresponsible is the word I'm looking for, amount of this. Sometimes I'll jump into a lot, and then the minute it starts to pop, I just start fading out of it. But I can't let it dip below this 42 level, 42 cents. All right. Debbie, is there a scan for upward price movement in the last 5 minutes? We have some, and likely I would say the easiest thing for you is to just go to a new docked channel bar, and we've got explosive winners. That'll at least point you in the right direction, but let's just do the easy way, which is this way, and we'll do the more technical way, which might suit you better. So there's everything in here is going to be moving up a lot quickly today. But to answer your question, there's a really cool way in which we can see what is moving up the most in the last 5 minutes. We can do it one of two ways. We can do an alert, which means they have to make a new high. But if you don't want to see a new high, if you just want to see what's moving up the most in 5 minutes, we can do a top list and get a sorted view. So we'll do new top list window. We'll make it as basic as we can. We'll go to search, 5 minute change and percent, add filter. And here's, let's say a lot of things can move up 1% in 5 minutes, but how many things can move up 5% in 5 minutes? So we'll make that our minimum. All right. Daily average volume. That's probably just wise to keep something simple like that. And just based on that alone, what do we get? Oh, we don't get much. So let's do this. Let's dial that back a little bit to 3 minutes. Change minimum 2% in the last 5 minutes. But this gives us a ability to now say, okay, let's go back to configure columns. We want change in 5 minutes as a column, so that we can now double click. We can see who has the most in 5 minutes. There we go. No, let's hang on a second. Okay, so the colors are throwing me off, but the point is UPC is up 4.9% in the last 5 minutes. And I can actually, just for fun, we can go in just to show you how we do it. Properties, colors. And we change here based on the change from the 5 minutes. Right now it's based on change from close. We want change in 5 minutes. Change 5 minute percent. We have that. Let's just grab a template and we're set. Okay. Now we're basing our changes on the heat map of color. So Debbie, believe it or not, everything in here in the last five, if we go to, let's go to a 5 minute, just so we can see it better. Okay, everything in here has moved at least 5 minutes. Now we can qualify this and say we only want to see things that are up on the day, and things like that. But I would say, explosive winners, that is probably the best one. Just go new docked channel bar. And there's a lot of pre-configured ideas in here to show you things that are moving now. Okay, Leon, when you buy a stock, do you start careful? Yeah, that's a good point, Leon. I hardly will ever jump into full size. Usually it's a two-part entry, kind of half in, dip my toe in, which is kind of what I did with AI. Once I saw AI was kind of holding a bid and the other stuff kept moving higher. When I saw the other stuff moving higher, I said, okay, I'm going to just jump in now and go full size. So I have a full size in AI. But just like I fade out, I take profits maybe 1/3 at a time. I will buy in 1/3 or 1/2 at a time too. And then watch. And then once I get that confirmation, yeah, then you plow into the second half. Do I ever run stock races on different data points? I've done that. To me, the stock races, I don't know, I've been trading for 25 years, so I kind of have my own way to do things, but stock races are a great way to just find where the action is. And I'm kind of doing that here with the tree map. The tree map is doing the same kind of thing, but giving me more information. Distance from 10-day moving average. I find, you could do that, Devin. I see exactly what you're talking about. You could show me a race that's showing me, which stocks are quickly pulling back to their 10-day moving average. And you could definitely do that. And that's the concept behind seeing how a top list can move in real time, whether it's this heat map or in your case, yes, you could do that. You could configure a race to show you, who's pulling back to their 10-period moving average or the distance between there. That could be done. John, you've got Sybin had for a while, is what I'm guessing you're saying. I was in and out. I participated in that first move in Sybin, and then when it just kind of went to sleep sideways, I said, I'm going to wait and see what happens. If it closes below any of these key moving averages, then I'm going to stop looking at it. But you know what? It never closed below a key moving average. So I kept staying with it, kept being interested. And then yesterday, started picking it up. Yeah, that's the number one problem, Debbie, is we never really know how soon we should take a chance on something. If we take a chance on too many things, then we buy too much junk, and then we get kind of overwhelmed and discouraged that stuff that we jump into didn't go. So, what I was talking about there a minute ago with Leon is that sometimes when you see something that maybe you do like, you think has a chance, you can jump into a little bit, not a full size, but a little bit, and then watch it. And if it starts to go, you can add to it. But there's no one scan that I can pull up that's going to say, hey, these are the things that are going to go in the next 10 minutes. Again, the closest I have is to just try to keep track of these names here on this sheet, because they're all high short floats. And if I'm watching them throughout the day, I mean, again, this is DM. That's beautiful on the daily. That looks very much like the trade of the week setup that gapped higher in Zeta. But on the daily time frame, that's sweet. And then on the intraday time frame, that's sweet. All I would have known about it is because it has a high short float, and it's showing up here on my tree map. All right. So let's just go through these names again here. A lot of them are in downtrends, but oh boy, this one's been moving. Semtech. Wow, I didn't realize that had such a high short float. OUST's had a great 5-day run, so I don't know if I'd be looking to buy pullbacks intraday after such a big daily run. That's my rule. This is a mess on the daily. SMR is just kind of peeking its head out. Nothing really special. Here's my Fubo. I loved it. I told you I actually bought this one, and I bought it because it just couldn't go below 150. And the 20-day SMA said, okay, I'm going to knock you down to lows. And it never went to lows. It popped above. So this is kind of a surprise. For 22% short the float, I'm staying with this thing. I want to see it close on highs, and like I said earlier, I'll be a seller up here at these levels. No problem making money doing it that way. KPTI. Nothing special. There's a day and a half. There's a perfect example of my day and a half. There's day one, and here's day two, and you get out midday. It's over. Momentum seems to last about a day and a half, and then the people just start taking profits right there. iRobot, horrible downtrend. Carvana has been working off the shorts forever. So these are names in which you keep in your wheelhouse, and you just keep an eye on them. And we're not going to be able to ring a bell that says, buy this now. It's about ready to rip 40% in 5 minutes. We don't have that. Nobody has that. This is interesting. MPW, medical properties, blah, blah, blah. Big move higher. Faked everybody out up here. This is why you don't buy the breakouts after a big move, right? But you could buy this pullback, a little reversal candle here, popping back up. We do have 33%. If I was short with those 33%, I sure would hate to see that. So MPW is a name that you want to keep on your radar. You know, maybe you come in and put a price alert and you decide if it gets through that high, and maybe I'll trade it. Debbie, on my daily, I'm using a 50, 200, and a 10, and the 20. What was I? Oh, MindMed was the one I wanted to talk about. So MindMed, the 10-day is my momentum line, right? Momentum breaks. The 20 I call the backstop, and the backstop did exactly what I expected to do in MindMed, acted as a backstop when the momentum of the 10 broke. Not even talking about this down here. This is the 50 and the 200. To me, any stock above the 50 is generally healthy. If you're buying a stock below the 50, well, I've done that a couple times here today, but I'm only got a day and a half time frame. I'm only looking to hold AI for a day and a half. I'm only looking to hold Fubo for a day and a half. I'm not trying to be a hero. I'm just looking for a kind of a opportunity to run across the street, ring the bell. So, Ashish, two different things, but honestly, they kind of tell me the same thing on two different time frames. Fubo is a perfect example to leave up. Anything below the 50-day, the blue line over here is a 50-day moving average. If you're below the 50-day moving average, I consider that not healthy. The stock is not in good health. That's why I'm saying if it runs up to there, I'm going to sell it there. Now, over here on the 15-minute chart, this blue line is a 5-day moving average. And so when we shift to the 15-minute time frame, this becomes my health, my line of health. And so I'm getting a confirmation that the intraday bill of health is good. It's getting healthy here. It's feeling good intraday. But on the bigger picture, it's still way below here. And so I'm just looking to maybe make a few dollars in that airspace right there. So those two lines, they kind of work together just depending on the time frame. And I look at it as, is the stock healthy or not? Looks like I might be getting some movement in Beat. This is one that I've been sitting in for a couple months. Nothing special. Okay, Leon, except for Riot, every trade of the week was worth buying since I've started with TV. Very good. Yeah, thanks. Again, Leon, you can see probably better than anyone now that the timing is everything. Just because it's called on a Monday doesn't mean you buy it on that Monday. A couple of those names you mentioned took a week to get going, but you don't lose track of them. That's the point. You click that heart on your chart so that it shows up over here on your My Liked symbol. I'm constantly looking at these names. These names are on there for a reason because I don't want to lose sight of them. Whether I found them on the AI, whether I found them on my short squeeze, whether I found them on another scan, or they're my trade of the week. I don't want to lose sight of them. So great point. Thank you for that, Leon. It's just eventually they might work short term. Sometimes they might give us a little bit of frustration, but if you don't lose track of them and you keep them on your screen, then you kind of have a backstory when you pull it up and you have more confidence to maybe participate. Okay, good question, Patrick. If I buy a stock on the last 15 minutes of the day, do I count that as day one? No. Day one, let's say I buy that stock at the end of the day, and then the next day it does nothing. And then the day after that, it rips up 10% and closes on highs. That is day one. When I say day one, I'm counting a day of momentum. So I can be in a stock that'll sit around for 3 or 4 days and do nothing, but the moment it rips, that's day one. Right now, for me, Fubo is day one, and I hope it holds it. So we'll see. But that's a good question. Welcome. How do you create the names list? Okay, so if you do this, I'm going to show you something real easy to do. I'll give you mine just as a head start. But as it said in red letters there, these names will not transfer. You are going to have to build your own list. But this top list is configured for the heart. So once you open that list, what you've got is a top list doing nothing, but having a symbol list. And that symbol list is found in everybody's existing list called where'd it go? It's called My Liked. My Liked Personal. Checked. My Like Personal. So now this symbol list is controlled, and I'm going to do this right now as we speak. Fubo is a brand new interest for me. I have not been interested in Fubo. There's been no reason to, but now all of a sudden I'm in it and it's breaking. It's downtrend. I want to not lose track of it and click. The heart on that chart is now red, which means in the next 30 seconds or so, the name Fubo will populate into this list. Let's say I'm watching this list and GOTU. I'm no longer interested in GoTo. I want to turn that off. So I would unclick that heart and have that just turn off. So you can manage symbols by using the chart heart feature in and out. It's a very easy way to do it. And that really is the crux of my trading. It's not that I sit and wait for a brand new symbol I've never heard of every day just because an alert spits something out. No, I have my favorite list of 50 or 100 names. And again, break those down into different families. Here's the AI family. I'm in this because sound took off. What's sound doing? Okay, it's pulling back a little bit. Perfectly ran right into its daily moving average. That's why you want to be a seller when you're running up underneath to a moving average. They're very short-lived, as opposed to something like MindMed, which I've been in for a while and been taking profits slowly because it's above all of its moving averages. I don't think Simon is doing me any favors here. Okay, would you mind sharing a link for your layout? Yes, I can do that. It's as simple as just going save layout, entire screen, and copy. So that is my layout for whoever asked. Okay, Ahmed. SSRM looks a bit like Fubo on the daily. Mining stock, yeah. A horrible downtrend, bad news back there. Kind of in no man's land. Once you favor a stock, how do you bring up that list? So as long as you have this window open, it's just going to show you. And what I've done is I've got it change from the close so I can see which ones are strong and which ones are weak. Boyle, I was in that. I sold that this morning for about a small, tiny loss. But all you have to do is take any top list, and when you configure it, it's under the symbol list tab. It should be pointed towards the following list, My Liked. And as long as it's called the My Liked Personal, this heart is going to be, I'm going to turn that off. I don't want to see Boyle anymore. I'm done with that one. So hopefully that helps, Mohammed, just as long as you have that up. And of course, once you put something up that's new or change something, it's always a good habit to file, save your layout, save it to your machine, default layout, save. That's what you want to do. Really disappointed in this Sybin because I was saying earlier, when I see big moves like this, we had good volume, broke out of that downtrend. That's day one, but I did not get my follow through. Still have a couple hours left in the day, but you know, that's disappointing. Exactly. Create that top list and then use your favorite. So your liked list is going to be different than my liked list. And you control yours by using the heart symbol. AI still pushing nicely. No pain in that one. Fubo still green for me. No pain there. The pain today is in Sybin because it didn't follow through, and I pressed it into the close thinking I'd get some follow through. But just like the video that went out yesterday, as long as we stay above this line, I'm going to just let it try to work. If it comes down here, I will be lightening up. Switch to black. Get bored of the same colors. All right, so, oh wow, time is creeping up here. Barry will be back in about 7 minutes. Meta, that's right. You did mention Meta earlier, Mike. Yeah, look at that. Big breakout on the daily. Do they have held its gap, pushed higher with the 10 SMA? Now, this is not something I would chase. This is something I would start taking profits in if I was long. Say you were long down here, and yesterday was day one because you had a nice green candle. This is, or maybe today's day one. I don't know. You could make a case for that either way. What else is in here? We did iRobot. Day and a half. There's my day and a half example. Just broke right there after a day and a half. SMR, another day and a half example. Big day yesterday, half a day. Now it's over. So again, there's a lot of names on here that are red on the day, but we're not interested in those because this is only a short squeeze scan. This is very interesting right here. And I think I've already mentioned that. That's why I've got a price alert. What is this? What do they do? Insurance. Real estate investment trust? No thanks. That's all I need to hear. That's when my preconceived notions just come in and kill the idea. I'm not bullish on real estate investment trusts. Hello, Nestor. Can you share what EMA? I use SMAs for no particular reason. There's nothing wrong with EMAs, but I use simple moving averages because I always have. I just keep it simple. Perfect example here is the 10, which is my momentum line, the 20, which is my backstop, and the 50, which is a general bill of health. And look at how the bill of health, unhealthy, 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 all of a sudden supportive. It's healthy. All off that blue line there, the 50. And then I use the 200s, but they're all SMAs, Nestor. No particular reason. There's nothing wrong with using EMAs. People use them all the time. So yeah, this is CYBN. I'm still, believe it or not, I'm still in the money. I haven't taken any profits though. And I was really itching to think I could take some profits this morning, but if I have to get out, I will. Following XLM, since you mentioned, have to remind me what XLM is. Oh, right. Right. XLM. There we go. Yeah. So these are the cryptos. XRP, of course, is my favorite of them all. We could go to weekly charts or get a better grip of what the weeklies look like. Here's XLM. Not bad. You know, it's the low down here was 10 cents. Real pivot level there at 10 cents. I can see that for sure. Leon. So let's keep it above 10 cents. Looks like 15 cents was also kind of a pivot. So 10 to 15 cents seems to be the range right now, the side of slippage. And then XRP has been in the news, but the price action doesn't reflect it. All right, what's killing me here? Helping, okay. That's all right. And CYBN is almost back to a flat. So it's really going to have to hold. CYBN is going to have to hold this 42-cent level for me to stay interested. All right, any last questions? Now's the time to get them in. You know, as far as these Bitcoin miners, I'm scared to death of what is called the halving of the coin. They instantly lose their margins, so it just knocks out the smaller guys and makes it harder for the bigger guys. So it really requires a big push in Bitcoin to make money in the mining sector of Bitcoin. Could I share some of your current best swim? I don't know what swim is. Swings? I think you meant swings. Yeah. Again, these are short-term swings. AI, I'm looking to just a day and a half. If I can get a nice push up into that declining 10 SMA, what you're waiting to drink. I'll tell you what I'm waiting to drink. That'd be a margarita and a tri-tip at about 2 o'clock Pacific. And then I also bought that Fubo. I like that Fubo. I like what it's doing. It's holding its intraday movement. This pinch play is just so defined right there. These guys just ran into a corner and the price popped up above. So I'd hate to be short again, Fubo, and that might help just drive it and grind it higher. But if it closes on highs, I'll be in all of it, and I'll be fading out of it in the first hour and a half tomorrow. If could, shoulda, woulda. I hate to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. Same with the AI. You know, if I can just get a nice move at or near highs and close, I'll fade out of any strength tomorrow, which is just the higher end of this down channel. I'm not a fool to think that I can come in and pick the bottom of a trend break. I'll just play the channel itself. And I only did this because sound took off midday on big volume. And look, it's trying to go back to highs. So good sign. It broke through there, pulled back. We got kind of a pinch play here. And it's showing that it might want to move through there. Did I hear Barry? Yes, I did.
You did. CADL. Keep an eye on ADLX, Steve. ADLX. The reason being is that it's an AI alert, and it struggled most of the day to get through its 200-day moving average, and it looks like it's now wanting to get through the 200-day moving average. More importantly, look left. Look left on that one.
Yeah.
ALDX.
The only thing that bothers me, and nothing wrong with it, is that it's expended so much energy to get here. We were talking about that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I have a problem on that. On the daily chart, I see that and I'm like, yeah, it's breaking through, but it's expended so much energy to get there. That's my only
Steve, it's an AI
caveat.
play. It's an AI play.
Right. That's true.
That's true. Come on. Get
You
with
have
the
to
new
mention it.
program.
You have to at least mention it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, you're here to relieve me, I take it.
Yes, I am. Okay. Thanks a lot, Steve. See
All
you
right.
next week.
Thanks, everybody. Bye. Yep. See you.
Okay, bye. Bye, guys. I've taken over the screen now. Back in both rooms. Let me get rid of the announcement, and also let me get my music going, and then I'm back to normal. Give me a moment. Okay. So I am, I was just telling Steve, okay. I was suggesting to Steve on this, the alert, the ALDX, okay, the ALDX. Now, the ALDX, there is a 200-day moving average. It has been struggling to get through it for quite a while now. The reason, of course, I kind of like it is because when you look left on the weekly chart, it's got a ton of room. $6 is the next one. So I am really watching to see how it, like, can it hold through that 200-day? It may not. The 200-day moving average is 478. It's sitting right on it. It did have a topping tail there and a pullback. So we'll just have to see. Yeah, the CADL, I agree with Shady on the, the 310 big level to get through. And then looking left on the monthly chart, you've got this level up here. Okay, there's the high of 306, 332. 332 is the next potential stumbling block, but looks pretty good right now. Okay, girl trader, can you hear me in our YouTube room? I can definitely help you. I just have to get a yes that you can hear me and see what I'm going to do. Okay, okay, good. So what you have to do is this. Oh, Kazoo, guys! I mentioned this one. Like, keep an eye. Shoot, keep an eye on Kazoo. I wanted to get it just over 14. Will it pull back at all? I mean, look at all the action at 14 today. Well, okay. Okay, so I'm going to give you my homepage link, and I'll show you how you too can have a heat map or tree map. And this is for anybody who's listening, okay? And wants this, which is called a tree map right here. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. So this is just a top list window. I'm going to right click and I'm going to uncheck the show tree map. So this is the typical top list window. So if you're clicking on a top list window, right clicking on it, and you do not have that option, show tree map, then you have to download the latest beta. Okay. All right. Disappears. So if you click on my homepage link, just go to the top where it says download and you download the latest beta. Okay. And then you'll have that ability to convert a top list window into a tree map. Okay. Okay. So just click on my homepage link, go to the top where it says download and download the latest beta. And then you'll have that option when you right click on any top list window, not just this one, any top list window, you will have that option that says show tree map. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it's taking so long. Okay. So Sam, you can have this one. I can give it to you, but again, you have to have the latest beta in order to see it like this. I can give it to you. The only reason I haven't added it to my homepage is I'm still waiting for it to be in the production version. But I can give it to anybody who wants. File load from cloud and relative strength leaders. No, not with the doc. Relative strength leaders from the close. Okay, and I can share it. But again, you must have the latest beta. So there it is. Okay. But again, you must have the latest beta in order to see it like this. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Now I mentioned the CZOO. Okay. Do I want it right now? Do I want it right now? Oh, I'm trying to get a mid fill on it. This won't do it for me. So I mentioned on the CADL, so it ran right into that monthly high, and maybe it might take a little bit longer to get through 1332. I think the monthly high was 1332. You can see it right there. So it ran into that monthly high and stopped for a bit. Now, if it can get through that monthly high, 425. So that'd be a really big critical area for it to get through. Okay, guys. Now I had to do a reboot because my machine was starting to act up a little bit. So I did a reboot. And so now I've lost all my original alerts, but that's okay. I can sort of remember what they were. Yeah, I've taken myself out of the Zeta guys. I just don't think it's going to be dynamic enough. Got up to the 1240 mark, and as it started drifting down a little bit, got up to 1240. Underneath the 1240, I took it out. I was in it. I was in at 1225, so nothing spectacular there. But hey, guys, the Cadle just got to get through that 333, not 1333. That'd be incredible if it did. Again, and that's just that little monthly high. Kazoo, kazoo, kazoo. Come on. I did get a mid-fill on it. It took a long time. I did get a mid-fill. When I talk about a mid-fill, I'm talking about, all right, I'm talking about, give me a moment. What I'm talking about is in Interactive Brokers. If you have Interactive Brokers, and I'm sure most brokerage platforms must have something similar. You know, where you can stick a bid in between automatically in between the bid and the ask. I'm assuming most platforms can do the same thing. All right, kazoo. Okay, guys. Now the CADL. So again, it got through that that 332. So next 425. Not saying it's getting there, but 425. Let's take a look on the week. I don't think we won't see it on the weekly unless I really expand it. Well, the volume is still good. Look at the volume. It really has not abated that much. You know, we've had steady volume all day long. It's not like you've got all of a sudden like, something you can't even can hardly see on a volume bar on the 15 anyway. So that's been really, really good. And I think this one, I don't think there was any, unless I'm wrong, unless I'm wrong. Okay, mid-stage pancreatic cancer. Okay, drug trial. Okay, so there was some news. Ooh, how is this Iger doing? I have an alert for. Okay, it did not take this out. This is, of course, the one that had crazy action yesterday. Massive bounce off the lows. Went from 135 all the way up to 260 something. Pulled back down, making another move. Chapter 11, I believe, is what they declared right there. Yeah, chapter 11. But, it's down to bottom and traders started to pile into it just as a trade, not because of any fundamental reason. And a delisting next week. So, yeah, don't hold this after tomorrow if you were at all thinking about it. So you can sort of see that the allure kind of got into this level up here in the weekly chart. That seems to be blocking it for a while anyway. All right, CADL right back up. Here's a new one, guys. NNVC, NNVC. Let's see if this is what this one is doing. NNVC, and ooh, so ugly on the. I can see why it's just showing up now. I have a 100,000 share minimum, and it's just showing up now. So I'm going to forget about it. I put 100. This is in the momentum, okay? I put 100,000 shares because I don't want to put like a million shares because you'll miss the ones that are just starting out in the morning. So, but what happens is if I get a late alert, sometimes it's just on very little volume. So, William, do you guys have, say, an E Trade or Fidelity? Do you have the same deal that you can do? Put it in midpoint. E Trade has it. Okay. No, I know you can put it any price you want, but what Interactive Brokers does? Let's say I wanted to. Let's say the spread right now over CADL was 363, 370. I can just ask it to try to give me a mid, like a fill midway. Okay. I may not get a fill, but I can ask it to do that, and I do that a lot, especially when when the spread is a little bit outside what I want, which is exactly what I did with the CZOO. I'm surprised that all brokers don't have something like that. It's not that big a deal, but no. Okay, Mohammed saying not in Questrade out of Canada. Okay, it's where I can either go limit, market, bunch of other things, and I just pick midpoint. I just pick mid price, and that's exactly. So E Trade has it. That's what Ashish is saying anyway in the Power E Trade tool. Does it? Oh, it's not an option for you. Okay. All right. Like, look at, like, for instance, if I wanted to get into CZO, excuse me, CZOO right now, the bid ask is 1466, 1477. I can just say, okay, try to fill me mid. I may not get a fill. I mean, and it may get, it may get filled very close to the ask. But but right now, I'm loving it. And we get through 15. And we get through 15. In fact, I am, you know me, I'm taking some off at 1480 right now. I'm taking some off at 1480. Just took some off. Wow. Okay. well, actually 1470, 1470, 1475. I took some off of the CZOO. So using that midpoint, I was able to get it at, I think it was 14, around 1426 or so, 1426. And why did I do it? Well, guys, I mean, I had an alert set at 14 and I thought I missed it. I mean, I sort of missed it. I wanted to get it closer to 14, but why did I put an alert at 14? Just take a look at CZOO on a 15-minute chart. So if you look at 1045, you look at 11, and you look at 1115, all those candles hit right at the top, right at 14, basically. Okay, right at 14. 14, and we're going to see right to the penny, 13.99, 14. So I thought, okay, well, first of all, I want to know if it breaks through 14. So I had the alert, and that is what got me enticed or enticed me to get into the CZOO. And of course, it was all about looking left. Looking left on the weekly chart, 20 was last week. The craziness, you can see that that is the next high. I'm not saying it's getting there, but again, I don't tell anybody to do what I do, but it just looks too good for me. And I thought I missed it, but no, I'm still liking this ALDX, guys. This ALDX may get running at the by the end of the day. It's again, it's just right at that 200-day moving average. And why am I interested? Well, again, look left on the weekly chart, and the next high is 6. So it definitely has some room. Just out of curiosity, guys, my wife is talking in the background. Is it, can you hear? Well, you might be able to hear very faintly, but she's actually home from, well, she's working at home today. So really don't hear her at all. Interesting. Okay. Hmm. Well, I don't have noise canceling software on, but I've got the gain turned way down on this speaker on my mic. It's basically got the lowest it can be. So that probably means you have to turn the volume up a little bit so you can hear me. Or I don't know. I really don't know how I sound on the other end in terms of volume. All right, guys. Okay. Well, that's it for me and Kazoo. Now you see the spread has gone crazy, 1436, 1480. Now I would not do the midpoint on something like that. Unless I thought, wow, could this run 3 or $4? I mean, I don't know if it can or could. I mean, I want to look at a certain stock, but sometimes you get a feel, a bit of a feel for what something could or what could happen. All right, guys. Well, what time is it now? 1:20. So, William, what are you up to today as far as keeping the room open? Made money again. Excellent, Richard. Well, a lot of good calls in the room. Okay, I mean, obviously Shady's got with the Cadle and the sound. Um, I did not take any sound. I did take the CADL, but I'm not going to talk about where I got in. I'm not going to after the fact say, "Oh yeah, I got in at 270." But I do things, and that's why I was talking about it and suggesting to people. And there it goes again, guys. There it goes again. Just made another. I'm sorry, that's not the right one. Yes, it did actually. It popped up and then right back down. Sorry. So it popped right up to I think 386, 386, and then came right back down. So at this point, it may be getting a little tired. Look at these two topping tails now in a row. All right, so William will keep the room open maybe until about 4 o'clock. Okay, 4 o'clock max. Nothing happening after hours. No interesting earnings releases after hours. So what that means is at about 3 o'clock, I'll probably shut myself down, stop the screen sharing, get off the mic. But William will keep the main room open until 4. And so for those of you in YouTube, I will put the main room link in before I take off, and so you can head over. Wow, Kazoo right back up. Not in it anymore, which is a shame. Even BlackBerry had earnings today, such as they are. I mean, this was a meme stock for a while when GME and all the other ones. Speaking of GME, how about AMC? I think AMC, when I looked at it, was hovering around that $3 level. Yeah, still hovering around 3. Wow. Wow, look at that. Well, I don't know if anybody took this with me, but I'm not in it anymore, but it's still, if it gets through 15, I may be enticed again, just because of what happened a couple of days ago. When it got up to 20, and now you see the sellers tried to knock it down. They did a heck of a job knocking it right back down to 14, but the buyers stepped in. Whoa, look at it now, guys. 50. Risky business, guys. Risky business on this at CZOO. Give me a moment. Okay, so again, in all honesty, I cannot tell people to take this, but the CZOO, it looks good again. But you've got to be able to start trying to fit a bid in, or I got to fill between. Not too bad right now. It's only an 8 cent spread, and it's super risky. I mean, super risky. You got to remember, only 4 million in the float. Push it, push it. And we've got okay. This one got halted or resumed. Got or a couple of resumptions. See why terrible. See why this is an acquisition core. Okay, forget about it. SPAC. I don't even know if Cadle is shortable for me. There are lots of shares actually at Interactive Brokers. Not that I'm going to do it right now, but 300,000 or so. You're right. Look at the EIGR. It just made a new high. It just made a new high. Guys, man, if it takes up this high of yesterday, even though they filed for bankruptcy, they're going to be delisted or Chapter 11. Okay, a form of bankruptcy, Chapter 11. But I watched this one not all day, but on that, well, yes, almost all day. Do this, and I did not partake. So you can kind of see if it can take out yesterday's high. I mean, it's got all the room up here also still 14 or 522. You guys have been talking about Meta for the last little while. So I'm assuming, so you were wanting to short this shady, I'm assuming, but this is what, an all-time high now? Yeah, all-time high now for Meta. It's a good move, 4% with 2.2 billion in the float. That is a big move. Now on the 15, I see it's, putting in a bit of a red bar, but all right, guys. Now, I haven't seen this one all day. Let's take a look at BIAF. BIAF. Ooh, Biofinity Technologies. Okay, awful looking daily chart until today. Now, 308 is the next high. You know what? If it gets through 308, which was the high of back here when it had the massive downturn, big upturn, big pop the day before, massive drop the next day. All junk. It's all junk, guys. We're just looking at it as trading vehicles. That's all it is. Let's see if it takes out that high. It's had earnings. On the first, such as they were, if there's any news on this one. Yeah, I don't see any news. I don't see any specific news, but there's been something that's popped this today. BIAF. Now, MGNX was a disappointment for me earlier. I took it right around here. Basically, got out flat. When it started to move back down, and so I was really hoping because I mean, when you look left, it had all this room, but and it popped on some volume, so I would do it again. I mean, it's exactly the same situation. I would do it again, and of course, it came in the combo scan. So I mean, that gives me a little more confidence when it comes into the combo scan, and it broke out what I would consider about an hour's worth of a bit of consolidation. Broke out. This didn't sustain itself, and it had news. So a lot. It had a lot going for it. It just didn't. Just didn't keep going. It's up 35%. I mean, but it could have been a lot more. All right, guys, let me take a look, or let me show you what you can find in my home. You know what? The CADL, CADL, if it takes out the high of the day, that might get running again. Could be one of those late, well, not so much a late dayer because it basically ran most of the day. But knowing how I think traders think a little bit, if it takes out the high of the day, when you look left, it still had some room to the 4 level. Yeah, 425 might be a little too close, but we'll see. So on my homepage, well, if you want the scans that I am sharing, and all you need is a standard service. All right, so I'm just putting my homepage link in. No, no silly questions. The only silly question is how you phrased it, girl trader. Seriously, there are no silly questions, okay? The question is, how do you zoom in on a chart? Well, it's not that intuitive. So left click on the chart that you want to zoom in on. Okay, left click on it, and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and use your scroll wheel on your mouse to scroll in and out. Okay, so no stupid questions. Seriously, it's just not that intuitive to know how to do it, right? So again, left click on the chart just so the system knows what chart you want to do the zooming, and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then your scroll wheel on your mouse. Now, I'm assuming now if it's a mouse, if you're using a Mac or something like that, I know there's something a little. There's a variation of that, I guess. Maybe the command key and right and left arrows. But if you're using a PC like me, well, that's how you do it. Okay. Okay, guys. So you want this presentation of a top list in this form? If you do want that, and this is just the heat map. Sorry, the tree map. If you right click on a top list window and you do not have this option that says show tree map, so this is what the grid looks like. You can transform it into this with one click. Okay, but you have to be on the latest beta in order to do that. Okay, and that's any top list window. It's not just mine. Okay, obviously not just this one. Any top list window that you have, if you want the data presented like this, you must be on the latest beta. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll to the top where you see the download, and here is the latest beta. All right. So let's talk about what you're going to see on my homepage. So Barry 15, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And the get started, you must do the get started, 10 short videos that'll get you going. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, free. So 38 videos running you through. Well, the first one is as basic as you get. What is a stock? Okay. So I think if you're new to trading, this is a free resource for you. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, we were talking about it. You know, it was Zeta, ZETA. Unfortunately, it gapped way above the entry price of 11.11. Didn't mean it was bad though. You could have taken it up here if you'd wanted to. But I know Steve talked about it in the YouTube room and said, well, he would never do it. You know, we'd have to wait for a big pullback, and probably that was not going to happen. And big education section is here. Now, if you decide you want to take out a subscription, all I ask is that you use my promo code. This is a free room. The way we can keep it free forever is by you're taking out a subscription using my code. And the room gets credit. The company sees that the room is getting credit for those subscriptions. So it's that simple. So I got a subscription today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Just use my code. Okay. That'll really help to keep this room free. It's all the begging I do. Okay. Now, you want my scans? Here they are. Scroll down. If you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here are my scans. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. If you come in, I open the room. I'm on the mic at 9, but I usually start screen sharing about 8:30 or so, maybe 20 to 9. And you'll see that my pre-market actives up and down. If you load them right now, they still work. You know, I just don't look at them after 9:30 Eastern time. But it'll be in grid format, okay? And again, if you want how I present them, if you come into the room before the market opens, I present them both of them in the tree map format. There's the halts resume. Now there were many more, of course, today, but I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas. So this is I did the reboot, I guess, at I don't know what time it was. So these are there were earlier ones. The combo scan, again, I had to do a reboot, but that's the combo scan that I talk about a lot. Abnormal option activity. You just want to see stocks with abnormal option activity. The breakouts, well, breakdowns or breakouts, break out to the high side, break down to the low side. So I've got some scans here, guys, that you can take a look at. I don't have them all up and running at the same time, and you can ask me questions about them if you want. And that's all part of the standard service, okay? You want to have access to our AI, you do need our premium service. Well, as long as you don't hold while they do the delisting, William. Okay, William 67. Sure, of course. I would never hold as long as I think somebody said it's April 11th that they're being delisted. Yeah, I mean, I would never hold. I would never hold overnight, to be honest. You know, this would just be. They're not going to delist during the day, so and it's just highly risky. Of course, it's still highly risky, but they're not gonna come out and delist while the market's open. Okay. They might do it after hours or but I think it's supposed to be April 11th. So, you know, you just treat this like a trade right now, and I would never be holding this overnight though. Is that right? Is that a sort of like a bit of a rule, Casa? Delistings always occur on Wednesday? I did not know that. I'm not sure that's a hard and fast rule, but if you've noticed that most of them are on Wednesday, well, so this ALDX, I'd be watching this tomorrow, guys. Okay. I mean, it's struggling to get through that 200-day moving average, but I'd be watching this one tomorrow. It had some news. Okay. This is something to do with Alzheimer. Oh, sorry. Oppenheimer. Sorry. Oppenheimer upgraded them. And let's see what I think they might have had some, yeah, it's an eye disease, maybe on the path for an FDA approval. No, nothing guaranteed, of course, but I've been watching this one tomorrow to see if it takes out this 200-day because it's got room. Obviously, it's got room on a monthly chart. I think it has room on a weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, look at that. So $6 on the weekly. Just a matter of can it you know hang near the highs of the day, maybe even get through the 200-day, and then watch it tomorrow and just see if it can keep going. Yeah, SOUN making a new high now. Yep. I don't really. So yeah, you'd have a pullback to about 1550. That might have got out, some, but it popped right back up. So, well, look at the ACV now. Boy, was that now that turned into as choppy as CGC. At the beginning it looked pretty good, had the pullback, another nice move, but after that, so let's take a look at CGC and see if it's holding 11. And the answer is no. Very, very, very choppy. Topping tails and bottoming tails. So the campaign for Florida marijuana legalization getting traction. I guess that'll be on your ballot in November. Does that make sense? That's when you guys kind of do those things. SLI may be finding a low. Okay, Vamonos in our YouTube room. Take a look at SLI. Well, you can look at it. That's pretty, yeah, not too interested in this one. I mean, maybe, 112, 111, but it is pretty, it needs a big catalyst. It's a lithium play, and Let's face it, the EVs and lithium and all those, they're not in favor right now. I mean, some volume did come in. I see maybe what you're looking at. Some volume did come in on the 15-minute candle, but you see, William, I'm thinking the opposite. All those old people who grew up in the 60s and 70s and who may have partaken, who live in Florida, they might go, yeah, right on. I don't know. So, Girl Trader, who is in our YouTube room, says that she lives in Florida, and right now, what do you need? By the way, is it just 50? Is it just 50%? She's saying that 60% plus support right now. What do you need for it to pass? Is it just 50-50? Is it just 50%, or does it have to be a higher number? All right, guys. Well, since the market opened, really, yeah, we've had this bit of a downturn. So we had that. There's the 11. Actually, I'm wrong. Okay, we had a beautiful 1 hour move up. Now, does anybody know for sure what percent you need to get a resolution passed? Not just that one, but I'm assuming most of the resolutions that are on your ballots, is it just 50, like 51%, or you need 60%, or so? Yeah, look at this. Yeah, so the market is ever since that beautiful 1 hour move, we had two beautiful 1 hour moves here and here. All right, what I want to find is if there's anything that's kind of new showing up here. How about this KSCP? KSCP. I don't think I've seen this today. Nightscope, KSCP. Oh, it's under $1. I only do this because I know there are people who don't mind taking a look at stocks under $1. So, but I just don't. I don't trade those. Now we had this BIAF earlier. Yeah, look what happened. So forget about that. Didn't see this one at all. This is actually an earnings play. What a gap up. What a gap up on earnings, guys. SLP. I don't think I really saw this. It didn't really do much in the pre-market until 9:15. I probably missed that. I missed that. But so SLP is an earnings play, big gap up, wiping all this out on the daily. Let's take a look left and where it could go in terms of the monthly. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 56, 50, 52.69. So that's about $5 to the next high on the monthly chart. So this could be an interesting one to watch tomorrow, maybe for a second day continuation of earnings. That is the SLP, because that's a big gap up through the 200-day moving average. Thank you, Erica. So at least in Florida, okay, so the threshold, so you need 60%. I don't know if that's state by state or just Florida, but so Erica is saying you need 60% to approve a resolution on the ballot. So every state is different. Okay. I guess you call them propositions, right? Is that propositions? All right, guys. It does not look like CADL is going to have that late day run. I was waiting to see if we could take this out. It doesn't look like it's going to have a late day run. Okay, guys, what I'm doing right now, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. Well, there you go. Who'da thunk it? So there are a lot of young people, or not a lot, but I mean there are more young people in Florida than you would have I would have thought. So Maine has the highest. Interesting. Oh, you know what? I may be wrong. Cadle might be coming back. Well, I know it's coming back, so it may have that late day thrust. Sellers try to knock it down. So, William, are you going to be? I mean, I can do it. I mean, I'm up at time, but are you going to be able to open the room tomorrow before 8 o'clock? I mean, I can do it. No, you don't have to. Don't. No, no. You know what? Don't worry about it. Don't set an alarm just to do that. Please don't do that. I can do it. I just have to remember to do it. Well, I'm going to try to beat you to it. At at the very least, I'm going to just put it down on my note page for tomorrow. Open room, just in case your alarm doesn't go off. It is easier for you. That is true, but I don't wanna put any if you wanna sleep in, go ahead. Yeah, the guys, the CADL, the CADL. I mean, this could have that late day run. Seriously. I thought it might have been over right there, getting all the way back down to 328, about a 50-cent pop. Takes out that high of the day right here. It could go on that late day run. It's at we're at 156 right now. And I mean, the volume is still there, guys. I mean, the volume for this one really has not tapered off at all. I mean, you might argue right here at 11:30, a little bit of a tapering off, but I mean, the volume for this has been stellar all day long for the CADL. I mean, there's the biggest one of the day was at 1 o'clock when it popped. Am I right? No, that was on that bar right there, and then it popped through, got to the high of the day on the next bar, which is still pretty strong. And this bar could be the second biggest of the day. Let's take a look. We have another 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes for this one to close. And the second biggest one is over here at 11 o'clock. So there is still a lot of enthusiasm for this one, for the CADL. Well, guys, look at the SPY. So interesting day. Now I don't know what time is it now. 1:58. I think there's somebody supposed to be talking. Yeah, 2 o'clock. Well, actually, we had a couple of speeches. Okay, so let's see if they had any effect. So there was 12 o'clock. Okay, so we had this run, but we had a guy talk at 12:15. We had another guy talk at 12:45. That's probably what this is all about. We've got two guys talking at 2 o'clock, Mester and Kashkari. These are all the Fed governors. These are some of the Fed governors that are going to be talking, and I don't, maybe in advance of whatever they're going to say, or maybe they're talking now. But on the economic calendar that I have, oh yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. I'm just reposted that. Actually, I didn't want to do that. Sorry. That's more what I wanted to do. Oops. No, not that either. Never mind. Anyway, we've got some guys talking. They may be talking right now, 2 o'clock. Whatever they're saying, the market doesn't really like it. So there is a bit of a disconnect right now in the market. The Dow is only up a little. Nas is up quite a bit. Well, more. I is still up. Let's see if this TCBP, which was this is one that got stopped out early. You can see that what if I'd been really stubborn? Okay, like really stubborn, thinking it'll come back. I was in at 307. I think I got stopped out just underneath three, right on this candle here, and now it's 184. That's why you have a stop, and don't get stubborn. Yeah, this ink tea is, I mean, it's been pretty good, but look at the weekly chart. Looks like there could be some resistance not that far away by NKT. So let's take a look. See that volume bar? So that looks like this was the second biggest volume bar. 5.73 million. Yeah, so that was the second biggest volume bar of the day, guys, for CADL. So again, there's still enthusiasm for this stock. Not a crazy low float, 22 million in the float. Certainly not high, but not like one of these 2 or less than 1 million in the float companies. Okay, guys, I'm going to be able to give you a we now have when the contest is going to be Oliver. You're going to have to come back and defend your title. So the contest will be kind of what I thought. Tuesday, April 23rd to Thursday, April 5th. Okay. So 3 trading days. You'll actually have access to the program though. Friday, April 19th until Monday, April 29th. So you'll have a lot of time to practice with it before the contest itself. I'm just looking at some of the rules. So last time was a short only contest. So right now I'm just looking at the rules. So again, only stocks dollar or higher. You have to trade at least 10 different stocks, not the same stock 10 times. You have to trade at least 10 different stocks. And here's where it's going to get interesting. A maximum of 3 round trips per symbol per day. So in other words, you can buy a stock, get out of it, buy stock again, same one, get out of it, buy stock again, get out of it, and that's it. Because what was happening, okay, guys, the CADL getting super close to that high here. Because what was happening is that people were just concentrating on one stock and trading it over and over and over again all day long. So you won't be able to do that. And that's about it. Short, you can short, go long. I think the big difference is going to be the maximum 3 round trips per symbol per day. Okay. I'll have more information. I'll have a sign up for you. I think last time it was like was it 777 or something like that? So it's not bad because you'll get access to the program from Friday, April 19th to Monday, April 29th. So even if you're not part of the contest, you don't want to be part of the contest, you'll have access to about a week of trade ideas for a pretty low price. But if you're going to do it, you may as well take part in the contest. Exactly. Exactly, Erica. So like I was saying, I bought CADL down here, two, and then I sold it at 240, and then it moved back down again. Or I got in higher, 260, sold it at three, and then bought again at 320, sold it here. That's it. Okay, three round trips a day. Now you can do it again for the same stock tomorrow, but what was happening? I mean, why not take advantage of a stock that is just going absolutely crazy and try to trade that one all day long? So this is going to make it a little more challenging. You'll have to find other stocks. And that the other good thing is that that means that because what was probably happening anyway is that you know anybody who was leading was they were all trading the same stock. Now you're going to have to find other stocks, Oliver. Any moment. Give me one moment, guys. I want to see if I can get the little BIP working again. Keep an eye. I'm really watching this to see if it takes out four in a big way. And that's the CADL. Oh, oops. Pepe's going, why did you do that? Hmm. Wasn't happening like that before. Okay, maybe it settled down. Maybe. Yes. Okay. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to get this PIP working here. Picture in picture. Well, I loaded the browser chart. Okay, and it hasn't really hasn't really done all its nonsense or craziness for a while now. But if you were watching, it was cycling through a whole bunch of symbols before it finally settled on the one I want. Come on. Oh, it was fun. Hmm. Maybe I have to load a new chart. Give me a moment. I'm trying to show the development guys what's happening with me. Okay, now, hmm, now it's working. Interesting. Oh, is it? I don't know if it's working. Okay, guys, so I'm gonna just get rid of this. All right, guys. Well, just continuing to watch the CADL to see if it takes out the high and pops through 4 and runs a bit into the close. Are we waiting for some movement on CADL based on speech? Are you kinda kidding or what? Not sure I know what you mean then. If you Oh, you're not talking about the Fed guys talking, are you? That will have no bearing on it. Yeah, these are alpha stocks. They don't care what the market's doing. Is that what you're talking? Wow, I mean, look at this though. So whatever these guys are saying, the 2 o'clock guys are saying, market is not liking, and I'm sure they're saying, reiterating, no, the Fed talk will not, within reason, is not going to affect a stock like this. These stocks fly under the radar. These are what we call alpha stocks. They don't really care what the market's doing. I mean, back here at 12:15, what's 12:15 right there? So I mean, look at the run it had. Look what the SPY was doing. That's what Trade Ideas really strives to do every single day. Find the alpha stocks, the ones that don't care about what either its sector is doing or certainly the overall market is doing. And we do a great job at that. All these are kind of alpha stocks basically trading on their own. HHGC. Ugh, this is another one of those SPACs. Sorry, guys. Didn't know it was. All right, guys. CADL just made a new high. Got to take out four though. Got to take out four. I'm going to put an alert around 404 and see if it takes it out. Okay, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. This is a Yeah. I mean, this is it's a pretty deadly sell-off right now. Just because, again, we don't think there's going to be any rate cuts. Just shut up. I mean, they just you gotta yak and yak and yak about the rate cuts or no rate cuts. You should have done your put thing for Meta. Shady. Yeah, John. I mean, it's talking to John in a YouTube room. Yeah, again, talking about whether or not they think there'll be a rate cut this year. And I guess, of course, the market desperately wants to hear, yes, there'll be at least one rate cut this year. Let's see. He says, I expect to see more mergers in the banking sector. Says, still no legitimate use case for Bitcoin. What's happening with, well, Bitcoin is popping. And anything else? That's no, and Mester will be in a position to lower Fed funds rates later this year, says my long-term neutral was raised to 3% from 2.5. Okay. So did that affect crypto at all? Let me just take a look. IBIT. Let me see if IBIT did any sort of a. Not really. I mean, maybe, but not really. Yeah, I have never. I'm so always amazed when I see a like a Bitcoin ATM. I'm always amazed. Okay, guys. So what time is it now? 2:25. So kind of cruising into the close for me. I'll be shutting myself down around 3 o'clock. So good time to ask questions if you have any. Kind of waiting on this CADL to see if it can pop through four in a big, big way. Problem is, it's going to be a little extended, but you never know. Traders look at this and go, you know what? High of the day breaking out in the last hour and a half. Kind of like that. Now let's see. How well can it hold over four now? We're at 401, 402 bid ask. All right, let's see. Okay, I got a midfill. Let's see if that helps. I'm going to be quick on this one too, guys. I'm not not that the spread was really terrible, but four gets me out though. I mean, I won't, I'm not hanging around. Okay, I'm out. I'm out. It's just touch four. I can always get back in if I want, but it just touch four. I'm not going to mess around. Okay, it's round one. I'll take one last look at it. If it pops over four again. Yeah, look at this one, Beyond. Now, this is not Beyond Meat, okay? This is Beyond Ink, BYON. Look at this one on this daily. So this was at 34 down to 29. The next low looking left is, well, it's 29.80 85 now. So the next low looking left is 29.16. Ah, that's right. Thank you, Casa. As always, the old Overstock, OSTK, which somehow turned into a crypto play during the crypto craze. I guess because they were accepting crypto or for payments. Can't really remember, but well, no abating this sell-off. That is a big sell-off. So Dow is down quite a bit now, and SPY's down, and then NAS is now down, basically flat. But okay, I'm continuing to watch this CADL, guys. Probably would have for me. Probably have to get up to about 410 or so. Clear four in a slightly bigger way. Again, you don't have to do this. Okay, guys. Again, all I'm really watching is CADL. It's sort of resting around four. Oh, look at the sell-off in cannabis now. ACB, CGC, of course, sell-off in most things. No sell-off in this one yet. And again, these do not usually get affected by the market within reason. Wow. Anything, this is pretty dramatic, I haven't seen anything quite like this in a while. This is steady, but let's put it in some perspective and take a look at the SPY weekly chart. So this is what we're seeing here. Okay. We're up here. We're almost at an all-time high earlier today. Now we're getting this daily candle. But, put it in perspective. There's your weekly candle. I mean, the sky is not exactly falling. Okay, guys. Now move. Got a pretty good fill on the cable. Again, 4 will get me out again, and then that'll be it. I'll be retiring for the day. Yes. Okay, guys. I've just taken some off here. High in the 30s here, the high 30s. Okay, I just took some off. The CADL. Refresh my memory on that monthly chart. I think we're getting close to a high here. Yeah, 425. So that was that high right there, 425. And if can somehow break through that 425 in a big way. There's 424. There's 425. Bunch of months right at that level. If it can somehow get through that, 575 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Not saying it's going to get there, but just getting through this 425 level in a pretty big way would be very helpful. Okay, guys, I'm done. I mean, I'm done now. What time is it now? 2:36. Can I share the link for the doc sector status? So you're talking about this? You're talking about this, the doc, this one right there? Okay, sure. So this is just it's basically the same as the sector status channel, okay, except in tree map form. So you have the latest beta before I give it to you because you need the latest beta in order for you to see it like this. Okay, cool. All right, sure. Sure. I get rid of the right one. Okay, so there it is. Anybody else who wants it, it's called the dock sector status. That's what I'm using in the pre-market now. Okay, now we have a bottoming tail. Does this mean the buyers are finally going to step in? I mean, they're stepping in, but will they remain? There's the bottoming tail on the SPY. What time is it now? 2:38. Well, I still got a long 7 more minutes to close this candle. So a long time. Oh, I'm hearing a little symbol crash, which means Cato just made a new high. I'm not in it anymore. Symbol crash meaning this is my sound alert for the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, I have my that's my sound alert in this window. So when I hear that, I know something is making a new high on the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Yeah, this Cato looks like it might just pop again. Look at the volume. I mean, that's the I talk about volume all the time. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, the volume, now this bar, 242, this could turn into the biggest volume bar of the day. I mean, the biggest one right now is at 1 o'clock, and there were 6.78 million. This is right here, 6.3 million. Just needs another half a million or so. But this is the second biggest volume bar of the day. So the enthusiasm continues. Yeah, it's probably going to run without me now. Well, it's fun though. Look at this daily candle, guys. What a daily candle. Up 165%. And it's relatively compared to the other ones we've seen. 22 million in the float. I mean, that's still really low, but usually they get 165% up. Usually we're seeing them, 2 million, 1 million, less than a million. Be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. See if there's any sort of continuation. Now, yeah, you could see it here. I mean, there it is right at the top here, CADL, CADL. But come on. It's, this is why, I mean, you had to watch it all day long. All right, guys, 2:44. So what I'm going to do now is in our YouTube room, for those of you who want to continue looking at the market and all, you can head over. Not, I haven't shut down yet, but you can head over to the main room. Okay, William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock, and I'll be taking off in about 10 to 15 minutes from now. Yep. Remember this candle right there? Remember it was up here? It was a big bottoming tail, but the sellers, no, they said no way. Now maybe, maybe this will be a green bar by the time this ends, but this candle just started. Have I ever seen probably, but let's take a look at KULR. Ever is a long time, Baba. Where are you talking? A flat line? Are you talking this? Probably, but 9 million, it's a lot of shares. It's interesting that there are a lot of shares, but I can't remember, but yeah, it's sort of interesting. Yeah, I see what you mean. Oh, this is a sub $1 stock. It can happen with these ones, under a dollar, I guess. With that one, the KU, is it halted? Now, it might, well, first of all, let me see if it's halted. I didn't check. It's not showing up on my halts or resumes, but I think I have a minimum price. I don't think I look at anything under a dollar. So let's, no, it's not halted. Oh, interesting. I thought I had a minimum price for the halt. I guess I don't. Anyway, it's not halted. Is that what you were talking about, Sage, Mark, in our YouTube room, wondering if this one was halted? Ugh, another ugly looking chart on the daily. Granny. Wow, is that ugly? Just up, down, but more importantly, bottoming tails, topping tails. This was showing up in the momentum scan because of this volume that came in. You see, look at the volume that came in. All right, guys. So I may just start wrapping it up right now. I don't see any other questions. I will stick around if there's some questions, but otherwise, I might just wrap up right now. And William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. Okay, guys. I don't see any questions, so I think I'll wrap up now. So thanks again, as always, for all the help. I'll put myself on mute now in the main room, and I'll be shutting down YouTube in a minute or so. Okay, screen sharing's gone now in the main room, and I'll mute myself. Oh, you guys are welcome. Muting myself now in the main room, and I'll shut down the stream now for YouTube.